Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather. Clouds moving into the area. Today's high in the mid-80s. Tonight, rain and storms after 10 o'clock. Overnight low of 57. Tomorrow, cloudy with rain likely. Much cooler tomorrow with a high of 75. Right now, we have 85 degrees. The time is 3:10. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
What have we learned about Heidi?
But cockroaches were the least of her problems. Heidi had to fight for every opportunity.
You know, Heidi is, even though she's very kind of sweet and innocent,
Heidi wanted out of the slum, and her agent wasn't doing enough.
Oh my God, they moved Heidi right next to me now.
Although Heidi seems serene,
she's a bit naughty.
she uses an ancient folk remedy to help calm her down.
Heidi is back.
Well, here we are again. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Heidi Glaus with Bob Ramsey, Josh Gilbert, and we have got a lot to get to, starting off with Dr. Ravi Johar coming up at 3:30. You know, I mentioned just briefly that Naomi Osaka beat Coco Gauff. And I think one of the main reasons we know Naomi is she, of course, pulled out of the French Open a couple of years ago and said she was going to work on prioritize her mental health. So we thought, let's talk mental health, and especially with college students as they go back to school, because there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of unknowns. And so as a parent or grandparent, maybe a sibling, what do you look for as kids go back to school to make sure that they are doing everything they can for their mental health? So we'll talk about that at 3:30. We'll also check in with the director and CEO of St. Louis County Library. You know, they have something for everyone of every age, and they have a fun program going on right now called the Branch Out Challenge. We'll tell you all about it coming up a little bit before 4 o'clock. And then in the 4 o'clock, Adam Bundren, Lauren Risley's right-hand man, is going to join us. And there's so many tactics when it comes to selling a house. But what happens if the house doesn't sell? And how long is it on the market before you start to panic and switch things up? And what's kind of the go-to on switching things up? That's what we're going to talk about with Adam. We'll also check in with ABC News law enforcement contributor about the shortage of counter snipers and the safety in our schools after, of course, what happened in Minneapolis. It's a awful thought, something that I know most of us don't like to talk about, but it unfortunately happened. So we'll get a expert's opinion on that. We'll also check in with the associate director of the Carmichael Sports Media Institute at the University of Georgia. He also is a sports writer, and we're going to talk about colleges and adding football. Does it actually pay off to add a football program? I know Lindenwood did not have a football program when I was playing against them. At least I don't recall them having one those years ago, 1992, 93.
I think they just started
at that point.
I think.
Yeah, and so SLU, of course, had a football program way back. I think
Undefeated since 1948.
Yeah. Wasn't it SLU that recorded the first forward pass?
It is. That is correct.
But not a football school anymore. So does it affect enrollment? Does it affect academics? We'll have that conversation at 5 o'clock. We'll also check in with Alex Stone. I don't know if you saw this Ding Dong Ditch kid got shot and killed. Now the shooter is in court, which is just awful. And we got a little bit of entertainment, and then we'll wrap this show up with some randoms. I was flipping through this morning and heard an interesting conversation, and I've never heard it called this, but they were talking about struggle meals. Now, the first one that comes to mind is when you refer to in college, you're eating the ramen noodles. But I want to go back even further. And they say struggle meals when maybe mom and dad couldn't afford something. I would say my struggle meals were more when mom and dad weren't home and I was looking for a snack.
Something to eat, yeah.
It was usually, I can't believe I'm even saying this right now, it was a piece of bologna with a little cheese that I'd throw in the microwave. And so it was like fried that way. And that was kind of my go-to snack quite often. So what was your struggle meal? Something that was usually always in the house that you could whip together and get a little nourishment.
I think it's a stretch because I don't recall ever having
to do it,
to struggle. But my go-to, again, to dovetail off what you're saying, if nobody's home and I want something to eat,
yeah,
and I'll still do it today, just a cheese sandwich.
Cheese sandwich.
Cheese sandwich, a little mustard.
A little, that I used to do as well.
Yeah.
The other thing, which I, as a grown woman, have never had this in my house. Don't think I ever would. Vienna sausages. I used to go to them all the time because my dad always had them. And if I was hungry, I just pop open that can.
Come on.
Eat the whole thing.
All right.
I know.
I've never heard of the struggle meal, but apparently there's web shows about it.
Yeah.
There's a chef that has his own.
Were you just doubting me?
I didn't know that this was a thing.
You just thought I was making something up right now?
I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Okay.
We live in the Show Me State, by the way, Heidi. So my struggle meal as a kid was bologna, cheese, and ketchup. Mm-hmm. Bob, you love that. Ketchup.
Mine was ketchup and mayonnaise if I was making a bologna sandwich. I like the mixture of mayonnaise and ketchup.
I got to go mustard every time.
And then currently, if I'm hungry, I will go into the cold cut drawer and pull out a piece of turkey, a Baby Bell.
Baby
cheese.
Bell, what's that?
It's the little
round wax.
little round wax covered cheese.
Gotcha.
I've got Gouda flavor in the house right now, and a handful of honey roasted peanuts. And just pop that in.
Now, are we misinterpreting struggle meal? Because none of us are struggling, thank God. We're very fortunate.
I mean, struggle can be whatever it is, as far as maybe there's nothing in the house and you're struggling to make something. Struggle is maybe for some people when, there wasn't enough money. When I was listening to the conversation, it was when, end of the month, not a lot of money, and mom would always make potato soup because it's just a potato and the water and, mix it up. So I think it can be several different ways.
I mean, does a peanut butter and jelly sandwich count as a struggle meal? Because I really like that.
Well, then part of this conversation went on to what is the thing that maybe you couldn't afford, but now you would still eat even if you could afford something better?
SpaghettiOs.
Ugh.
Finn wouldn't eat his the other day, so I finished them.
Of course. Somebody said, how about struggle milk carnations, instant milk powder? I used to eat those carnation breakfast packages.
Oh, the packages.
All the time.
We had those.
Do they still make those?
What are those?
It's like a chocolate milk, but it had a little more protein. And you just dump it into milk and stir it up, and it was delicious.
It's like a shake?
Well, no.
No. It's chocolate. You stir it.
50 years ago, that would have been instead of a protein shake.
Yeah.
All right, here's one. Open up a can of beans and make a bean sandwich.
No.
Look at this.
Yeah, I see it.
2 slices of toast.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
That's not something I've ever
think
done.
This is like,
I guess if you could put it in a hot dog bun with a hot dog, I'd be okay.
Oh, have you ever had beans on a hot dog?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Well, it's the same thing as a chili dog, only
Yeah.
Only with beans instead of chili?
Yeah.
right.
I think beans on toast is like big in England. I think that's part of.
I don't think you're helping the cause
They
of
have-
beans on toast.
They have baked beans for breakfast
Yeah.
in England.
Protein.
Cheese for dessert.
Bob, do you remember on the Who's Tommy?
Was
it-
gross.
Is it Jill St. John?
And Margaret.
And even better. Anne Margaret just gets blasted with
Beans.
beans. What a weird
It's really
movie.
disgusting.
The fact that you guys are having this conversation is what's odd.
I think beans
And disgusting.
I think
Yes.
beans are a lot bigger in England than they are here.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah.
I had beans this morning.
You did?
Yeah.
Like baked beans?
No, I had black beans with
Ooh,
a
black beans. We eat those frequently.
kind of scrambled egg, and I put it into a tortilla with some salsa and
Oh,
breakfast.
I'm hungry. That's good.
That's not a struggle. That's
No,
a lot of
that's a
ingredients.
different
You just
I know.
said
Beans.
beans,
But
and then
I'm
who eats
talking
beans? And I'm saying
baked beans in the sauce,
I
right
had
out of the
that.
can.
Okay, had that Monday.
I love baked beans.
Yeah, so
I like baked
I
beans. I
don't-
usually put barbecue sauce in them.
the fact that we're talking
Yeah.
about it and we've all had them in the last 3 days, I don't know that it's necessarily England that's
Well,
eating
again,
them.
Might
again,
be St. Louis as well.
Yeah.
Once you start-
England and St. Louis.
when you start eating them for breakfast, call me.
Okay.
baked beans.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie that I have done it before.
Was it part of a traditional English breakfast?
No, it was just they were in the
Monty,
fridge.
relax.
Oh, they were in the fridge.
And it was delicious. Somebody said when my kids were little, we didn't have much money. I made lots of French toast, pancakes, and potatoes for supper. Toast with butter, sugar, and cinnamon for breakfast. That one
cinnamon
comes in a
toast?
lot.
French toast I make, my youngest still, he loves it. I make great French toast. And
Yeah.
I only make it anymore when he's home.
Interesting. But that's kind of the poor man's version, is if you just have the toast, the cinnamon, and
Yeah,
you know.
that's right.
Susan, our friend, says my struggle meal as a kid was fried split hot dog. Not all beef, though. Dinners were a lot of beans, mac and cheese or noodles. We had a lot of squirrel and rabbit.
Whoa.
Couldn't do that today. Yeah.
Whoa. Have you ever had that, Heidi, Bob?
Squirrel.
No.
Rabbit?
No.
I mean, rabbit's on some nice menus
Yeah.
around town.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, it's gamey. I mean, my dad has had all
Is
of
it
it.
dark? Is it dark meat? Is it like the dark meat of a chicken?
I think it
the
is
rabbit
dark.
is darker. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it is.
Let's see here. What else is on this list? My wife does this all the time. I'll get home from work, and she'll be working from home, and I'll look in the sink, and there is melted cheese on the plate. She'll take a handful of, Tostitos,
Oh, I do that all the time, too.
and then just
In the microwave.
Yeah,
put some
Nachos.
American cheese.
absolutely.
Yeah,
And
nachos.
or with a tortilla and do it like that and wrap it up.
I do
with
kind of
shredded
some
cheese. Though. Shredded
Shredded
cheese. Usually
cheese.
that,
Yeah.
the Mexican shredded cheese.
Real quick, real simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And very good.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a little addicting, too, depending.
And I saw a picture on the list there, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Tomato soup and grilled cheese. See, to me, that's not
That's not
struggle.
struggling,
That's,
yeah.
I desire that. That's
Yeah.
good stuff.
And I think on that list that you're looking at, that's one of those things that they would still absolutely do it because you still love it as far as that goes.
When's the last time you had cereal for dinner?
I don't have cereal ever.
I don't really either.
We have sometimes breakfast for dinner, but not cereal.
Butter noodles.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just maybe you don't even have sauce, and you're just like, you know what?
Right. We got butter and maybe you have some milk and all good.
Sometimes at night before bedtime, if Jen's kind of hungry and doesn't really want a dessert kind of thing, she'll have a bowl of cereal.
Mm-hmm. Because
my
you kind
wife
of get
will
that
too.
sweetness. Somebody said we had white bread cubes with milk and sugar for breakfast, and then they said they fry squirrel for my husband who hunts them.
Huh.
Currently.
Currently. Yes.
Hamburger helper is on the list, Bob. I don't know why they call it hamburger helper. Does just fine by itself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said we're funny.
More helper, Clark?
Yeah. Love refried beans with salsa, shredded lettuce, chopped tomatoes, and melted cheddar on crisp corn tortillas. Sounds like nachos.
Somebody's charging $18 a plate for that
That's
around
exactly
town.
right.
It's not a
Cheap
struggle.
canned fruit as a kid. That is the only kind of fruit that I feel like was ever in our house, and I think that's why I don't eat a lot of fruit.
Peaches in a can.
Yeah.
We're
Oof.
doing we grill chicken, we make sticky rice, and then we put pineapple in it. So I'm at the store the other day.
Yeah.
Buy some canned pineapple. Fine. So I pick out one, and they're right next to each other. Canned pineapple in syrup or canned pineapple in fruit juice.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I buy the syrup one?
Sweeter,
You get your
probably.
sugar high.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's how the canned peaches always used to be.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
and heavy syrup.
And
Yeah.
I was
It says heavy on
gonna
it.
say that's probably the way a lot of people grew up,
I
and
agree.
so that's the one you're going to choose. Just because once you go to the other one, it's not going to taste nearly the same or nearly as sweet.
Yeah.
So I would say my parents were probably always picking the one in the syrup.
The syrup.
Yes.
Well, I picked fruit juice.
And you liked it? It turned out okay?
Well, that's one we always do. For health reasons,
Yeah.
Why pick syrup when I could do juice?
And you
I've
think
been,
juice is healthy for you, which is also entertaining.
Well,
I've been notified via text that my struggle meal is anytime Jen hasn't gone to the grocery store yet.
Uh-huh.
So
Exactly.
I have to stand correct.
Yes, you do. If you're going to eat cereal, eat the healthy stuff. Grape Nuts is the healthiest cereal on the shelf, even though it has no grapes or nuts. Yeah. For breakfast, French toast and fried Spam with syrup on it. I'm pretty sure I've seen my dad do that.
I don't think I've had Spam.
I don't think you're going to ever have Spam.
I had it in Hawaii once.
Mm-hmm.
Being in Hawaii didn't help.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I've probably eaten it by accident and other stuff,
Yeah,
or unknowingly.
It's edible. But
I don't know that you have. Where would it have been put in something?
I don't know. Maybe like a fried rice. No.
I don't think you have.
Okay.
It's a canned meat, and we're not sure what kind of meat
Oh, it's
it is.
ham of some sort, right? Some sort of ham.
Hamish.
Ham, yeah, I was going to say, we're not sure. My mom's chip beef gravy on toast. My favorite meal ever. Potted meat sandwich is still my go-to.
Potted meat.
Yeah.
What is potted meat?
I think that's similar to a Spam. I mean, I think you would
In a
call it
can.
different things like that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Armor potted meat.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks.
The fact that he just call it meat and not a specific meat.
Yes.
Tells you everything
Yeah.
you need to know.
Oh,
Now-
wait. They've got meat in quotations on here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of like when you say milk is something, it's not necessarily coming from a cow.
Okay, I'm looking at this. The Spam is solid. Potted meat looks like they
It's more shredded.
it.
Yes.
It's spreadable.
Right.
Okay. Check, please.
I swear, you crack me up. I'll tell you this, when we used to camp in our pop-up camper, it was usually hot dogs, maybe occasionally a hamburger. Now, with our RV, we're doing things a little bit differently. But we have a microwave, and we have an oven and a stovetop where it's gas and we can make whatever. Byerly RV has something for everyone. So if you want to cook outside, you've got lots of teardrop trailers that you can pop open the back, and you've got a sink and a microwave and a grill back there. But maybe you want to do things a little differently and you want it to be a little fancier. You've got travel trailers and fifth wheels and motorhomes, both gas and diesel. And I'm telling you, you're amazed at how they can arrange things so you have more room than you could ever imagine. We absolutely love getting out in the RV and just exploring what our great country has to offer, whether it's going to a fun city like New Orleans or maybe going to a beach like Destin. That's what's so much fun with an RV. You go wherever it is you want to go, and you take all of those comforts that you want or need with you. Byerly RV has been around for more than 75 years, so they know the RV business, and they can take care of you from point of purchase all the way through. If you already have an RV, maybe it's time to upgrade, or maybe it's just time to have something done service-wise so that the one you have keeps running well. Byerly RV has a fantastic service department. Storage facility, I'm saying they can really take care of you from start to finish and all along the way. ByerlyRV.com. You can also swing by the dealership there in Eureka at 109 and 44, but it is a great time to get out in your RV. As a matter of fact, we're going to get out to Defiance this weekend, Beyond the Trail RV Park, and we'll talk more about RVing. ByerlyRV.com.
The ultimate vacation awaits you as Brentwood Travel brings you the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th From 2 to 7 p.m. at the Lodge du Pere. Take in breathtaking scenery, relax and unwind on an ultimate river cruise, whether it be domestic or abroad. Enjoy expert presentations from cruise line representatives from AMA Waterways, Talk, Avalon Waterways, Uniworld Boutique River Cruises, and Viking, with one-on-one consultations, exclusive deals and prizes for attendees, flexible schedule so you attend only presentations that interest you, and complimentary refreshments. Discover your perfect river cruise adventure with Brentwood Travel and the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th at the Lodge du Pere, 1050 du Pere Road. For presentation schedule to RSVP and more information, call 314-439-5700. That's 314-439-5700, or log on to brentwoodtravel.com. The ultimate vacation awaits you. RSVP today.
Some of my fondest memories as a kid is heading down to the hardware store. You had to pick up a couple of nails, a couple of screws, maybe a gallon of paint, whatever it may be, right? It was your friendly neighborhood hardware store. Well, those don't exist anymore in St. Louis, except for Schnarr's Hardware. They have two locations in Webster Groves and in Clayton Road in Ladue. Schnarr's Hardware is that place where you go in and you can get that bucket of paint, you can get a couple screws. The advice is always free. And the one thing about Schnarr's Hardware that every single family hardware store used to have, and that is the smell. It smells like a hardware store. It's got the selection. I don't know how they do it. It's a small store, but they got everything you ever need. They got the paint. They got paint matching. They've got big green eggs. They've got screws and nails and everything a hardware store should have. Schnarr's Hardware, 2 locations, 1 great hardware store. Schnarr's Hardware, we'll see you there.
Truck drivers, have you been searching for a more reliable driving job? Get the paychecks and predictability you need as a Schneider driver. Schneider's large selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers have access to great benefits with a 401k match and a 24/7 support team. Get the keys to a better driving job. Search openings near you and apply now at schneiderjobs.com.
Looking for a great local restaurant recommendation?
Missy Mo.
Tune in to the Kuno Food Service weekly special during the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11.
Hear from the best of the best restaurant owners in town.
Only on the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11, presented by Kuno Food Service, right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
If you're looking for your next home, think of First Community. Our Smart Choice Home Loan offers a 30-year fixed rate of just 6.781% APR to qualified borrowers. And you only need a down payment of 10%. Whether it's your first home, your forever home, or even a vacation home, be smart with a Smart Choice loan from First Community for all your savings and all your loans. Must qualify for membership. For terms and conditions, call toll-free 1-888-642-7969. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender.
Repairing chimneys, walkways, porches, foundations, entire homes, anything to do with brick or stone, you need a tuck pointer you can trust, and that, of course, is Morelli. Morelli is a family-run business started in 1991, and they're only as good as their last customer. That's why when you check out the reviews online at MorelliTuckPointing.com, you'll notice that they're actual customers who are singing the praises of Morelli. So if you need a tuck pointer, you need Morelli. 314-645-1387 or MorelliTuckPointing.com.
It's Julie Buck here to tell you that the patio is open at Bishop's Post right next to Chesterfield Mall. Get your reservations in now and go to Bishop's Post. You will love it. Tell them Julie Buck sent you, bishopspost.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show
With Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey.
on the Big 550 KTRS.
3:33 on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Captain Paul, how's traffic?
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. A chance for some showers and a few thunderstorms this evening and overnight. Some thirsty lawns might appreciate that, but there's a chance of rain anytime after 8 p.m. through about 4 a.m., and then the rain moves south and out. It'll be dry and cooler behind the cold front. A low 57 degrees in the morning. Early clouds give way to sunshine, 75 for the high. A nice Thursday. Friday, mostly cloudy, though, 30% chance for a few showers and high of 73. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. No pills gonna cure my ill. I got a bad case.
Naomi Osaka just beat Coco Gauff in the U.S. Open, but she might be most famous for pulling out of the French Open to prioritize her mental health. Dr. Ravi Johar, Chief Medical Officer with United Healthcare, is back to talk about mental health in general. First off, did you have a nice 3-day weekend?
Oh, it was absolutely fabulous. We went up to a Taylor Swift sighting, and they played a football game while we were there.
Oh, and did you see Tay-Tay?
We did. She was directly across from where our seats were. We were in the seats, and she was in a press box. We were looking straight at her, and Travis, Jason, and the whole crew.
So you did watch a little of that football game, or not really?
Well, there was a few of us watching the football game, but I had a few daughters that were much more interested in Tay-Tay. And
yeah.
You bring your
They
binoculars.
enjoyed that a lot more.
Bring your binoculars
That's what
to
we
those
had.
games. Jill Farmer went. You went. Everybody thought that she was going to be there, and of course she was.
I was very surprised. I actually did not think she would.
I didn't think she would
I figured
either.
Travis would.
Yeah.
I thought this would be a great time. You can tell they haven't been engaged or married long enough to say, you know what? Why don't you go and do this?
That is so true. Well, a lot of athletes are now talking about mental health, which I think is long overdue. But we wanted to focus on mental health and college students, especially anxiety, because there's a lot to be anxious about.
People talk about college being such an exciting time, and it is. There's so much. There's new adventures everywhere. There's all kinds of freedoms and independence and lots of things. But people don't understand, I guess, the amount of stress that there is. There's, in addition to academic stress, there's life transitions, social pressures, even the independence. You're navigating a whole new system, and it's not realistic to think that's easy. In fact, about 2/3 or 60% of college students report that they've had mental health concerns in the previous year.
Wow. Now,
2 out of every 3.
Do most colleges have counseling centers or places where kids can get help on campus these days?
Absolutely. That's one of the things that's really changed. You're talking about athletes, talking about mental health. I think everybody is addressing the issue of mental health. And almost all colleges now have a really good counseling center. They've got peer groups. They've got wellness centers. And I'd encourage all students to really take advantage of those. Those are excellent resources. And, even when my kids were struggling with things in college, their feeling was that I'm the only one struggling. No one else is. And you go to these things and you discover that now pretty much everyone is. They just do a better job of hiding it.
Yeah, and so and by the way, I'm not being dismissive. I see it. I still have a child in college, Doc, and so I'm not being dismissive of the problem. But what can a counselor do? Just be there as a listener? I mean, it's not as simple as get over it. It's so what would they do, or is there no one size fits all?
Well, I think that's it. There is no one size fits all. A lot of it is conversations. I mean, a support system is the key, not only just from the counseling centers, but that's been shown that having regular conversations about how you're feeling, what's going on, and that's the thing that's been the most beneficial of all. In fact, it starts before you go to college with their parents. I mean, having an honest check-in with your child before they go into school and saying, hey, there's going to be a lot of stuff, and just let me know how you're really feeling. And then those check-ins while they're there, not just how are you feeling, it's like, how are you really feeling? What's going on? And then the other thing is friends. They say actually studies have shown that a friend talking to you and encouraging you to get help or saying, hey, there's something more than just the stress of this test coming up is the single most important factor in a student going and getting the help that they need.
And
So
And,
that relationship.
And Doc, we think we know our kids, but my first two, I found out well after the fact. They didn't reach out, and my oldest was away at school. Found out much later. He had about a month or 6 weeks. He was pretty depressed, trying to figure all that stuff out. My daughter was in town, but at school, and she felt the same way. Now, part of that had to do with COVID and some of those other things that exacerbated that. Then my youngest, happy-go-lucky. Now, will I find out a year from now? Yeah, I struggled for a while. But I don't see that. But just because you're not seeing anything overt, being able to let them know that they're not alone, I think is really important.
Absolutely. I think that's the most important thing is being open to talking about it. If the kids know that they can call home if they have an issue or that they should talk to their friends, or maybe you're the one that needs to be the friend that the others can reach out to. If you're doing well, maybe you've got friends that aren't and you can help them through this. So I think that communication in all aspects is the way to go, and to realize that there's nothing wrong with this. Isn't a normal part of life. There's no stigma with getting help for mental health issues.
Absolutely not. What should mom or dad or a sibling look for if they think someone is struggling? Are there certain signs?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things of really, your child better or your friend better than anyone else, and you'll see if they're just acting differently. But if there's, if they're withdrawing from their friends or family, they're just not communicating. They're skipping class a lot. All of us skipped class at times. For me, I was a perfect student. I never.
Well, exactly. I would expect nothing else.
But I mean, if they're doing that a lot, if they're sleeping through things, if they're just really sleeping a lot more than normal, those are signs that there's something going on. They're not eating the same. They just aren't finding enjoyment in things that they used to love. Those are all signs and tip-offs that there's something going on and that really may be worth checking into this a little bit more. And that's where things like the counseling centers, or actually now, with everyone being so connected to their phones and their apps and everything, there's some really good apps out there. There's one that UHC actually sponsors called Calm. I don't know if you've heard of that. The Calm app, a lot of people are using that, and that is a phenomenal resource to be able to use at home. And so there's a lot of other digital tools like that can help. If someone has their own student insurance, a lot of students now are on their parents' insurance, but some are older, especially grad students and things that are no longer on their parents' insurance. There are student insurance plans, and a lot of them will actually have like unlimited virtual visits for mental health issues. And I think that's fantastic because you're just virtual visits from your dorm room, from your apartment. You can get some help. Yeah. And I think it's a great option.
I do too.
A lot of mental health, sometimes it's situational, sometimes it's chemical, but a lot of students struggle, high school and college, and there's plenty of coming-of-age books about it. But is there something about the young brain that leads to more people struggling at this age? Or is it, like you said, all situational, moving away from home for the first time, having a lot of stress when it's just you?
That's a great question. I think that it's always been that way. But I think what's really changed now, and it's not so much the young brain, it's just that the younger generation is much more open to talking about this, is much more open to saying, hey, yeah, there's an issue here and let's fix it. And I think that's just super positive. I think it's important to realize that mental health is every bit the same as physical health. And you just need to get it treated when you need help. I mean, you can't tell a diabetic to, hey, just buck it up and you'll get over this. It's the same thing with mental health.
So true. And there are so many medications now that are approved and are going to make people feel better and maybe more like themselves. What do we do to help? What are some key words we can use if we want to, because just get over it is definitely not one of the phrases.
No. I mean, I think the first thing is just having that conversation. How are you really doing? I mean, what's really going on with you? And then, and this is where I struggle all the time, just being set back and listen instead of just trying to give advice. It's
instead
like, okay, let's really hear.
Yes.
Right. But helping is letting them talk it out. And very often we feel like we're not really helping. And sometimes that's what someone needs to do, is just to talk about it and have you say, yeah, that's not abnormal. I mean, I felt the same way, or everyone's going through this.
Absolutely. Just to know you're not alone. And I think that's why so many of these, counseling centers on campus, just to know that something's there if you need it, sometimes will cut back on that stress or anxiety.
Right, and sometimes it may be that the students themselves don't know about the counseling centers. I know when we went to freshman orientation for our kids, we heard all about them, and I think we listened to that more than the kids did. And it's a good thing because, when they need help, everybody needs to know how to be able to get a hold of it, not just the student themselves.
And Dr. Johar, I feel like we should say a lot of parents, when their baby goes off to college, maybe they're in that empty nest, there could be some depression there as well. And moms and dads or even grandparents, I mean, there are places to turn.
Absolutely. I mean, this can happen at any age. We start talking about the college students, but it can be any age, and there's resources for every age. And people talk about, I can't wait to be an empty nester. Honestly, we hated becoming empty nesters. I was like, really? It's way too quiet in here. What's going on?
Yeah, and it's just us to talk now. What? It's crazy. Well, Dr. Johar, we always appreciate your insight on a really important topic. So thank you so much.
My pleasure. It's great being with you.
Give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. No pills gonna cure my ill. I got a bad case of loving you.
Are you tired of looking at those old, worn-out floors? Have you been dreaming of new hardwood floors? Well, then you should start dreaming about Boardwalk Hardwood. It's their annual warehouse sale going on right now through the end of September at all 4 locations. At Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, half off new floors. You can get half off inventory and factory specials and up to 25% off special order items. Their showrooms, 4 of them at Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, are filled with beautiful styles, great budgets, from timeless classics to modern designs and everything in between. Your home will look beautiful with gorgeous hardwood floors. Rich, stunning hardwood floors, courtesy of BoardwalkHardwood.com. For 25 years, Boardwalk has been your trusted, local, family-owned, quality flooring provider. And if you need hardwood floors, it's their annual warehouse sale now through the end of September at all 4 locations. Boardwalk Hardwood or BoardwalkHardwood.com.
A legendary weekend is coming to the Lou. Don't miss the Stiefel Charity Classic presented by Compliance Solutions, September 4th through 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Watch PGA Tour champions compete and enjoy a live performance by music sensation OAR at Friday's community concert presented by CarShield. Tickets start at just $20. Kids, military, veterans, and first responders get in free. Get your tickets today at StiefelCharityClassic.com.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment. You fill out a health questionnaire form. You get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home. And then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners. And then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call STLMedWeightLoss.com and ask Dr. Joe. STLMedWeightLoss.com.
Evolution Festival in Forest Park. 30 bands, 3 stages. Saturday, September 27th, Sublime, Sam Fender, Public Enemy, The Hives, Corinne Bailey Ray. Sunday, September 28th, Lenny Kravitz, TLC, Marcus King Band, and Maggie Rose. Benefiting United Way of Greater St. Louis Storm Relief Fund. Tickets at evolutionfestival.com.
How do you separate estate planning from elder law? You don't, because they're so intertwined. Let's face it, we're all getting older, and you need to make these decisions today, whether it's for your parents, for yourself, or for future generations. Rudy Beck, Jay Lennox, and Carolyn Stolzer have been navigating these important decisions for more than 50 years. Beck, Lennox, Stolzer, Estate Planning, and Elder Law. Call them, 636-946-7899 or beckelderlaw.com. You can thank me later.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proud to sponsor the return of the border war between Mizzou and KU this Saturday.
To the house in Missouri.
The rivalry returns after 19 years. Don't miss all the action live here on the Big 550.
Pre-game at 12:30, kickoff at 2:30.
And KTRS has full coverage all week on the Big Sports Show with KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey and the Press Box with Frank Cusimano.
Missouri delivers a counterpunch on the fake.
This is why the Big 550 is live, local, and the home for everything Mizzou. Proudly powered by Royal Banks of Missouri. Let's go Mizzou. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
10 minutes before 4 o'clock, time to get another check of traffic with Captain Paul. It looks like SSM Health Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital had a special guest today. They welcomed His Eminence, Cardinal Dolan, Archbishop of New York, home to St. Louis, of course, and to Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. And, of course, as a proud St. Louis native, Cardinal Dolan continues to always show his love and support for patients, families, and staff. He was in pictures, kind of talking to some of the patients and some of the parents and even laying hands, I think, on some of them. But that's just one of the many things that makes Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital kind of special. You never know who's going to stop by, and you never know what new programs they're adding, whether it be a specific therapy that maybe isn't covered by insurance, but will just be the trick to help that kid get back on their feet. And the reason they're able to do some of that, because not all of that is covered by insurance, is through the Cardinal Glennon Children's Foundation. It was really set up to make a significant impact, and not only on the hospital's programs and services, but on those families who turn to Cardinal Glennon to help their children. You can learn more about all the incredible programs and even make a donation if you're so inclined at glennon.org. We are all big fans of St. Louis County Library. There's always something going on, and no one is ever left out. That's something Kristen Sorth, Director and CEO, makes sure of. Welcome back.
Hi, how are you?
I am fantastic. I think the boys are fantastic. And I got to say, we're always talking about the many things that you have. You really have something for everyone.
We do. We really try and make sure that our branches are serving the community and reaching the needs that they have. I just saw a program at one of our branches that's like speed crafting.
What?
So instead of speed dating, you can go around and try different crafts, which is such a good idea. Sometimes people want to start needlepoint or something, and then they don't want to. So after they try it, so I thought it was such a cute idea.
It is. And do you leave it up to each branch to come up with fun things like that?
Yeah, we have. The branches definitely have incredibly creative people, and they come up with some really awesome ideas. And then we have some system-wide programs too that every branch does. So it kind of depends. Like that one is one that that branch came up on their own. I haven't seen another branch host that. So that was really. And we just had a cookout event at Eureka Hills where it was like a camping event where people could come out and meet with outdoor organizations and all kinds of fun.
You know, Krista, I'm not sure that people realize that all 20 branches have now either been replaced or renovated over the last 10 years. I mean, these are not your grandmother's libraries.
No, they're not. They're pretty awesome, and they all have really cute children's spaces and spaces for teens, plus really nice quiet rooms and places to sit and hang out. So we want to encourage people to go out and visit places that they haven't been in St. Louis, which is why we are starting this Branch Out program.
Yeah, and it's a community-wide challenge. So tell us more about this.
Yeah, this is National Library Card Sign-Up Month, so we want people who don't have a library card to go get one, but we also want them to maybe visit places in our community that they haven't been before. We have so many amazing communities all over St. Louis County, and all of those have branches in them. So we have this really fun challenge called Branch Out, and people get a passport, and then you get stickers based on the branches that you have visited, which are really cute. We have an incredible designer at the library who hand drew all of the stickers and the passport, and so they're so cute. And then once you start visiting, you get a window cling, and I Love My Library window cling, and then you get entered into a raffle to win a Visa gift card.
Fun.
So now I'm really interested to go to the Florissant Valley branch. That was my branch growing up as a kid.
Oh, you should go.
I
Yes.
would love to see what it looks like now. I feel like if I walk back in there, I'm 11 years old again. But what
Not much has changed with you, Josh.
I was going to say.
I know.
I had to beat Heidi to the punch.
The branch is different, but I stayed the same.
Yes.
But how different are each branches? What is the same in every branch? What is different, and how much leeway does whoever's in charge get to do in their own branch?
Yeah. I mean, for Florissant Valley is a good example because it has a discovery zone for kids in it, so it's probably very different from when you were there. And so it has a pneumatic tube wall and a giant light bright, and it's a really fun destination for kids and their families. But other branches have maybe not a discovery zone for kids, but also have a cute space for kids that have some other things like a Lego table and a gear wall and things like that. All of them have teen spaces. All of them have children's spaces, and all of them have comfy furniture. The programs, though, are definitely different per branch, and that's the other thing that we've tried to differentiate in this program. Like, we try and say, like, Cliff Cave in Oakville is built, near quarries. And they also have a community garden at Cliff Cave. So they all have different things that are pretty amazing. Like our Merrimack Valley branch in Fenton has a walking path. And they also have a discovery zone and a community garden. They have all the things.
Yeah.
My kids are either out of school or in college, and but when the new Fenton branch was redone, they were there all the time studying, and it was a quiet zone because the house was always kind of crazy. They loved the Fenton branch. Anyway, I have a question. I've been here not quite a year and a half on Heidi's show with Josh, and one of the things that has amazed me is the great author guests series that the library has. I see how hard Josh works at booking shows. How do you get that done? How does little St. Louis County have that kind of pull?
Yeah.
We have a pretty amazing manager of our author series, Carrie Robb. She's incredible, and she has been doing this for quite a while, and so she has these great relationships with publishers, and she submits proposals to the publishers for us to host. And then also a lot of it is just the success of the author series. We've been doing this for a while, and we had tons of people come in the old building, but with the new space, with it being really perfect setup for authors. The authors are pretty, I think, blown away when they come. Often they tell us that we're the busiest stop on their book tour, and that they would have never, a couple years ago, they would have never considered a stop in St. Louis. And then I think we had Abraham Verghese this year, and he said, how come my publisher hasn't sent me here before? I'm going to have a talk with him, because we had 800 people for his event.
It is awesome.
I was begging to get him on the show, but it just didn't work out this time. So.
Yeah, he's the nicest man. His event was just fantastic.
And it sounds like he will be back, so maybe we can have him next time. Kristen, keep up the great work. And, of course, you can learn more about Branch Out and everything else happening at St. Louis County Library at slcl.org. Thank you. Have a great rest of your evening.
Same to you. Bye. Thanks again.
Watch your favorite team, eat your favorite food. It's the Village Bar. You've heard about the world-famous cheeseburger. Stop by and check it out. Even better, bring your friends on your way to the game, after the game, or just watching the game. Food, sports, and a cold beer. We'll see you at the Village Bar.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
Every ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Florida is moving to end all vaccine mandates, even for school children. State Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
A statement from the American Academy of Pediatrics president, Dr. Susan Cressley, says when children are sick and miss school, parents miss work. Former CDC chief Dr. Richard Besser says it puts children at risk and others around them with underlying medical conditions. A federal judge has stopped the Trump administration's attempt to cut $2.2 billion in research funding from Harvard University. Judge Allison Burroughs writing that the administration used anti-Semitism as a smokescreen. She says while we must fight anti-Semitism, we equally need to protect our rights like free speech. Survivors of the 2023 Maine mass shooting are suing the federal government, alleging that the Army should have stopped one of its reservists, Robert Card, from carrying out the massacre. 18 people were killed. Travis Brennan, an attorney for the victims.
Blatant warning sign after blatant warning sign provided opportunity after opportunity for the Army to act and address Card's unfolding mental health crisis.
New York City Democratic mayoral nominee Zohran Mamdani, a front-runner, according to the polls, reacting to a New York Times report that associates of President Trump are discussing offering New York City Mayor Eric Adams a White House job to get Adams out of the race to hurt Mamdani.
The same president who will throw millions of New Yorkers off their health insurance is now seeking to undermine the very fabric of this city.
For the first time since April 2021, unemployed Americans outnumber job openings, says a Labor Department report. It says employers posted 7.2 million at the end of July. You're listening to ABC News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. Multiple calls about the smell of natural gas in Florissant this morning prompted a quick response from the Florissant Valley Fire Protection District and Spire crews. Fire officials said all reported incidents were investigated and only one small leak was found and quickly addressed by Spire. No immediate hazards to the public were identified, but Spire continues to monitor the situation. The report comes just 9 days after a massive explosion in North St. Louis County destroyed several homes, injured 5 people, and rattled surrounding neighborhoods. A suspect is in custody after 2 people were stabbed at a Chesterfield hotel this morning. Chesterfield police say officers were called to the Homewood Suites on Chesterfield Parkway West for a report of a stabbing. Both victims were taken to the hospital for treatment. Their injuries were not life-threatening. A third person was taken into custody. Chesterfield police say surrounding agencies were asked for canine units to help with the investigation. The Ellisville and Maryland Heights police departments responded, and the investigation remains ongoing. Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe has withdrawn his appointed members of the St. Louis Police Board of Commissioners. KTRS's Jill Enders has the story.
Governor Mike Kehoe has rescinded all of his picks on the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department Board of Commissioners. According to a statement from the governor's office, Kehoe withdrew all interim appointments to preserve the work of the Missouri Senate to instead focus on redistricting and the initiative petition reform. Now, the governor is expected to reappoint the board members after the special session. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
And as Jill mentioned, a special session of the Missouri legislature is happening to update congressional districts and amend the state's initiative petition process. Governor Mike Kehoe is proposing the Missouri First map, which is a more compact, contiguous map. Some highlights of this map include splitting fewer counties and municipalities in the current map and retaining every current member of Missouri's congressional delegation in their current districts. Critics say it makes significant changes to Missouri's 5th district near Kansas City and could shift the district from Democratic to Republican control. Financial support to illegal immigrants has the U.S. Attorney for Southern Illinois filing a lawsuit against the state of Illinois. U.S. Attorney Stephen Weinhoff says in a statement, the policy treats illegal aliens better than U.S. citizens and incentivizes even more illegal immigration, all on the taxpayer's dime. Illinois citizens deserve better. A new high school for teens recovering from drug addiction is being proposed in the St. Louis area. If approved, Vivo St. Louis would become the first recovery high school in Missouri. It's backed by $3.6 million from an opioid settlement fund. African Vision of Hope, a locally based nonprofit committed to helping children and families living in extreme poverty in Zambia, Africa, will be celebrating its 25th anniversary on September 25th in St. Louis. 2 longtime supporters, actor Dennis Quaid and his wife Laura Quaid, who is from the St. Louis area, will attend this year's gala. A plan to stabilize St. Louis County neighborhoods is in the KTRS Business Minute, brought to you by Walter Knoll Florists, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. St. Louis County Executive Sam Page held a press conference yesterday at the launch of a multi-million-dollar project designed to stabilize neighborhoods struggling with abandoned properties. Details from KTRS's Steve Potter.
The Tuesday ceremony marked the official beginning of an $11 million demolition project that, when completed, will clear more than 200 problem properties in St. Louis County. Page said there are developers waiting in the wings to build new houses to replace the ones now being torn down. The project began yesterday in the Castle Point neighborhood in North County, represented by Shalonda Webb.
We're not just about taking care of the social needs of our community, but it's now time for St. Louis County and North County to talk about economic development that would help this community thrive and get more revenue generated to help the community and its school district. And so I am so excited today.
Page said they are currently creating a web page so the public can not only track when and where demolitions will happen, but can also make suggestions about other problem properties in their neighborhoods that they want to see come down. Steve Potter, KTRS News.
And now let's take a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 a.m. Wall Street at the close today, the Dow Jones, once down 200 points, closed it down only 25 points to 45,271. S&P 500 closed up 32 points to 6,448, and the Nasdaq closed up 218 points to 21,497. Time now to check sports and traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
Meep, meep.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather tonight: rain and storms possible around midnight. An overnight low tonight of 57. Tomorrow cloudy with a chance of rain. Much cooler with a high of 75. Right now we have 85 degrees at 4:09. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
When it comes to mortgage lenders, I know you have no shortage of options. But are you working with someone local who can truly simplify the process? I'm David Goldberg with the Goldberg Group, and as a St. Louis home purchase expert, I know this market inside and out. I specialize in tough-to-complete situations for borrowers who are self-employed, looking to buy and sell at the same time, and may have been turned down somewhere else. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or seasoned homeowner, you can trust me with all of your home financing needs. Call or text me at 314-471-4030. 314-471-4030.
How's your bathroom holding up? Cracked tiles, outdated fixtures, a tub that's seen better days, or maybe a tub you want to turn into a walk-in shower. Hi, everybody. McGraw-Millhaven here for Michael's Baths. You see, at Michael's Baths, they specialize in affordable bathroom remodeling that fits any budget. You want to transform the full bathroom, or maybe just the vanity, or maybe just the shower. It doesn't matter, because Michael's Baths is more than happy to help out. Whether you need better storage, a modern, fresh look, Michael's Bath makes it simple, clean, and ultimately budget-friendly. No surprises, no gimmicks, just quality workmanship you can trust. And he's got a 30-plus year track record to prove it. Michael's Baths is a small, family-owned business that allows them to keep their prices affordable, yet delivering quality results time and time again. So, for a free in-home estimate, call Michael's Baths today, 636-775-0800, or online at michaelsbaths.com.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Wednesday afternoon, September 3rd. Cat vanishes from home only to turn up at a bar over 30 miles away. Peanut the cat surprised the staff at the Vat and Fiddle tap room when he turned up at the Nottingham UK watering hole on July 9th. He did so after disappearing from his own home and his owners, Charlie and Sam, 30 miles away in Lincolnshire.
My gosh.
While hanging out the bar, the cat became a local social media sensation, appearing in numerous posts from the bar. While Peanut got to know the regulars at the establishment, the team at Castle Rock Brewery, which is associated with the tap room, attempted to find his owners. Here's our furry new friend that has been visiting the pub in the past few weeks. Why don't you come and see him and see if you can spot her about the pub? One post read. So Peanut is cozying up to all of the regulars, even on the bar furniture. After attempts to locate Peanut's owners on social media were unsuccessful, the staff visited a vet where they learned the cat did indeed have a microchip. So they loaded up the owner's contact info. From there, the vets were able to contact them. When the call came in, they, of course, expected the worst. They were thrilled to know that Peanut was not only alive, but thriving. Castle Rock celebrated the happy reunion on Facebook and noted that the furry guest had completely stolen our hearts. We'll miss you, Peanut. Thanks for being a part of our team, even if just for a little while, the bar wrote. The cat got home. His owners attempted to put a collar on him in case he was lost again. The pet was not interested in the neck wear and apparently wanted to be back with his friends at the pub. And just a few weeks after Peanut left once again for the brewery and tap room. Snuck out for a second trip to the business. Some of you might remember Peanut, our furry visitor from Lincoln, who even celebrates his first birthday at the Vat and Fiddle the brewery wrote. Well, he made a surprise return. The owners have no idea how he is managing to get there. It's a total mystery, 30 miles away, but everybody loves this cat.
What a cool story.
Right?
When is a cat a fly? When he's a barfly.
Oh.
Yeah, this cat is taken after my own heart, right? Rather be at the pub
than at the house.
But here's the question. Are the owners just going to give it up?
No.
I think you do. You know what? The cat would clearly rather be at the pub.
And you can go visit him.
And the people love him. You know, just go get
go visit him and
get a new cat.
Wow. Tell your cat that.
Wow, you can have her.
She's going to the bar. Yeah. Might as well. This is a really terrific story, and I don't know if you remember a few weeks ago you did a story about a Pacific crossing. Exhausted Scottish brothers back on shore after a record Pacific row.
Ooh.
3 Scottish brothers stepped ashore in Australia on Saturday after they claimed a new record for rowing nonstop and unsupported across the Pacific Ocean. Ewan, Jamie, and Lachlan McLean set off in a carbon fiber dinghy
from
Lima, Peru, 9,000 miles to Australia. From Lima, Peru to Australia.
Wait, what's a dinghy?
A dinghy is a little boat.
A little tiny boat.
A dinghy is usually what's on the side of a bigger boat.
And they took that all the way to Australia?
At one point, Ewan was swept overboard, but they were able to pull him back in. And they battled exhaustion. They feared running out of food. The record they set, the fastest human-powered crossing of the full Pacific Ocean.
There were 3 of them?
3 brothers.
Man, that's amazing.
How long did it take?
139 days at sea. The brothers from Edinburgh were given a bagpipe welcome.
As they should have
when they got to Australia. They cried with sadness and fear. Their spirits were lifted, though. They got to the Great Barrier Reef, where they battled currents and waves and wind and all that. And the brothers were raising money for clean water projects in Madagascar. This is the second thing they've done like this. They broke 3 world records crossing the Atlantic Ocean.
I want to know what their shoulders look like.
Yeah, really. In 2020, they did that. They had never rowed professionally. And they made the journey from the Canary Islands to Antigua in 35 days.
Man.
The Scottish brothers.
Okay, so the boat is more than just a dinghy.
Well, it's not very big.
Yeah. Solar powered. It's not big by any means.
Well, they have solar power, but not for an engine.
No,
But
the
it's
solar
got
power is to probably give them some air and maybe help them
batteries,
make the
light,
lunch and
It's
dinner.
Got a little interior where I guess you could sleep and make food and all that stuff.
Well, yeah.
But still, my goodness, and you got 3 brothers on there.
Well, you need 3 brothers to paddle.
Yeah.
You want the other 2 guys there when you're paddling, but not when you're trying to.
Oh, I'm going to tell you,
Go to
you
bed.
do. You definitely do.
Aye,
Being
lad.
out there where there's no light whatsoever and just the waves crashing, I don't think you'd want to be out there by yourself.
No.
No, thank you.
I don't want to be out there.
Period.
Thank you. All right. Did you guys see this video of someone throwing stuff out the White House
Yes.
window?
But I just figured it was AI generated.
Well, here's the controversy. It was posted to Twitter on Monday, September 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows an open window on the second floor of the White House and people throwing several things out of it. Now, yesterday, the White House, a spokesperson for Trump, said that the clip was of a contractor doing routine maintenance on the White House while the president was away. There's a rule that says if the president's there, no one can do any contract work.
Oh.
Probably just because you got to clear all these people. And you don't want people milling about. So the president wasn't there. It was Labor Day. And they say that it was contractors doing routine maintenance. Hours later, someone asked Trump about it during his press conference talking about the space place moving to
to
Birmingham.
Alabama.
He said it was AI, probably AI generated. This is his quote. Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof. It's got to be fake because I know every window up there. In fact, my wife...
That makes more sense to me.
Complete sense. In fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, I'd love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't open the windows. They said after 9/11, all the windows are bulletproof and sealed shut. He said, number one, they're sealed, and number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. That's what President Trump said. So here comes the question, which one is it? Is it what the White House said earlier in the day or what Trump said later in the day?
Why would he make that up?
I don't know. Why would the White House spokesperson say it was a contractor throwing stuff out the window?
Is this all, though, in the timing where the viral, rumor was going around that he was dead? Who knows?
Yeah.
You cannot believe. The other day when Lexi Hall showed, she's Indiana fever. She had two black eyes because she did have a pretty bad collision on the court. I'm like, I don't know if this is real or not. There are so many different things that you have to go through about 5 different sources before you believe anything.
Mm-hmm. Again, though, this is where conspiracy theories start. White House spokesman says it was contractors. The president says you can't even open the windows.
And here on the Heidi Glaus Show with Bob and Josh, we don't want to bleed into the conspiracy theorists.
No, we don't.
Because I don't know if either of those quotes is legit.
Left hand needs to be talking to the right hand, though. But I think it's interesting. I love talking about the White House. After 9/11, they sealed up all the windows.
I can't believe it was after 9/11.
And made them bulletproof.
You would have thought that would have been kind of a safety measure to begin with. Yeah. Coming up, we're going to talk about selling houses and what happens when it stays on the market a little too long.
Diana from Newstetter's Fine Jewelers here to remind you, we don't just offer the best pieces, we offer one of the last master hand engravers in our country. My father can create timeless, personal, and unforgettable pieces. Come by our showroom at the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or learn more online at wowdiamonds.com.
It's Miller Furniture's Labor Day clearance event going on now through September 9th.
I'm Mark Miller, owner of Miller Furniture and Mattress, your home for quality American-made furniture since 1927. Right now, you'll save up to 75% off our list price on all in-stock furniture and up to 50% off select custom orders at our Belleville, Fairview Heights, Lake St. Louis, and Ellisville showrooms.
Plus, shop our Stickley galleries in Fairview Heights and Belleville and take 40% off MSRP on all in-stock and custom order Stickley furniture. We have new and fresh looks on display like Flex Steel leather reclining sofas with power headrests and lumbar support, or our unique heirloom quality Amish-made furniture.
Are you ready to sleep better and save big? Right now, save up to $800 on select adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. Or get half-price Chatham & Wells mattresses with the purchase of an adjustable base.
Don't miss our Labor Day clearance event going on now through September 9th. And check out Miller Furniture on Facebook for additional sales offers and new showroom arrivals.
At Miller Furniture, we put the family in furniture.
Julie Buck here for the Only Facial. If you want great skin, and I mean, who doesn't, then pop into the Only Facial and get a facial. They've got so many steps to this process, and it's one price, $125. No tipping, no upsells, no product sales, just a fabulous facial, including microderm abrasion and dermaplaning, and of course, therapeutic massage, just to name a few of the things that will happen during your facial at the Only Facial, with locations all over St. Louis. Also in Overland Park, Kansas, too. So if you're in the KC area, you'll know that you can just go to the Only Facial and get that same facial that you know and love, that you get in Frontenac, that you get in Clayton, that you get in Columbia, Missouri, Sunset Hills, all over town. Look for it. They're pink. You can't miss them, and it's fabulous. It's called The Only Facial, and you can find out more online and book now, too, at theonlyfacial.com.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants, the cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our house in the middle of our streets. Our house in the middle of our house.
There are lots of tactics when it comes to selling a house. Adam Bundren, the right-hand man at Lauren Risley Realty, is back to weigh in on that subject. Always good to have you here.
It's good to be here.
So at what point, I've always wondered this,
Okay.
does the real estate agent get a little nervous? Like, how long has the house been on the market? And then you kind of huddle up and say, all right, what do we do now?
Well, I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and I still get nervous.
You do?
I get nervous before they go on the market still.
Oh.
I mean, just because it's such a big deal. It is such a big deal for
And
these
so many
families.
emotions.
Right. And I'm the one that's supposed to be like
Calm, cool, and
right,
collected.
unemotional about it, and that just doesn't work out all the time. Logistically, usually it's when we start creeping over the average days on market.
Which
now,
is what these days?
it depends on the area. So,
Okay.
I mean, if you're in St. Louis City, it's probably in that 35 to 40 days on
Okay.
market. And if you're in the county, you're probably at 25 to 30. Jefferson County and St. Charles County are about 35 as well. So we do a really good job of working with sellers to kind of prepare this entry to the market. And so we don't really run into that a ton. But we have a lot of phone calls of folks that have run into that and are saying, hey, we tried. It's been 70 days. It's been 60 days. Could you help us?
Because you don't want to immediately drop the price, because then that looks like you overpriced it to begin with, or that you look a little more anxious to sell. I mean, yeah.
For sure. And I think most people, when they see a property that's out there for a long time, they say there's something wrong with it or it's the price. And those two are very possible, but it's not always that. It could be, how was it presented to the market? Was something else going on during that? Like, we brought a property to the market the week before the tornadoes went through the Central West End.
Oh.
So we just hit pause because it was chaos down there. I mean, there's armed guards and street entries. So we just literally took it off the market and waited until things calmed down.
Here's a theoretical question.
Yeah.
With your experience, you have it priced right.
Yeah.
But it's still hanging out there. And if you go lower, you go, well, we'll get hosed because this is not right. And you hang with it if you know you've done it right?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends, right? So a lot of factors go into what happens if something doesn't sell right away. So one of them is, what's the feedback? So if we have a lot of showings and we have a good relationship with those agents that are showing the property, we can kind of gauge what's going on, right? Is there something that they're seeing that is keeping them from making an offer? Do they think it's overpriced? What's really going on? But I think the most important mentality to have in this business is to educate sellers that you don't listen to me. You don't listen to buyers. You listen to what the market tells you. And so if you can educate them what that looks like, then that's the best course of action.
What about you listen to the radio and you hear these ads that say, if your house doesn't sell, we'll buy it from you.
We'll buy it.
We'll buy it.
Yeah.
What is that?
They don't say at what price, though, do they?
What's going on there?
I mean, it's true. They do buy it, but here's the catch. I have a really good friend that runs a business up in Omaha, Nebraska, and this is one of his tactics. The reason they do that is because they want to get in your house and sell it. He said 99% of the time we just sell the house.
They're not really buying it.
They're not buying
It's
anything
just
because it's if we can't sell it, we'll buy it. Well, then they just sell it. They're a great team. They just sell it. But in the few times that they do have to buy it, there is a pre-agreed upon number. And typically, it's a significant discount.
Oh, goodness.
And it's also entities that invest either in hold properties or flip properties. And so it's just a way for them to generate leads for their business.
What do you make of all of these stories of BlackRock coming in and buying up, half the neighborhood and turning them into rentals? These hedge funds that want to buy up a neighborhood and make them all rentals. Have you seen that personally?
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing it for years, right?
Okay.
It's not uncommon for foreign entities to be purchasing properties.
Single-family homes.
For sure.
Just to make them rentals.
Yep. Not uncommon in the least bit. Here's where I kind of lean into this is I don't like that at all. For as a homeowner and somebody, like, I don't want someone coming in and buying up my neighborhood and putting rentals on the market. It doesn't help my market value. So HOAs are not always a bad thing because they do have restrictions against how many rentals you can have in a neighborhood or things like that. The other thing is that a lot of these entities are targeting distressed properties, right? So they're not going in and buying a property at the top of the market and stealing it from a family that's trying to enter a neighborhood. A lot of the times what they're doing is they're looking at these distressed properties. They're kind of fixing them up, lipstick on a pig type thing, and then they're sticking a renter in there.
Is there one neighborhood in particular you're seeing that quite a bit in?
So I see it more in the city, St. Louis City now, and the reason is because the days on market are increasing in the city, and so sellers are panicking, and they're reducing the price. And so when they do that, it kind of puts a black cloud around it, and so you have these opportunistic entities that are purchasing them. The other big piece that we see is when we bring a property to the market, and I'll just use round numbers, we're bringing this to the market, it's $250,000. I'll get an offer before it hits the market. Hey, we'll give you cash, close in 10 days for $220. Well, you haven't even seen the property. I'm not interested. So we don't, as a policy, we do not accept any sight unseen offers because most of the time it does not end well.
That is so interesting. Somebody just said they built a new house 8 months ago. After we moved in, we found out that 6 houses across the street are all rental properties owned by one person.
Yeah.
So that's great.
That's the other thing that you have to kind of keep an eye out for is when you have a neighborhood that has a really large lot or a couple of lots in them, and one entity is purchasing those, they're probably doing that for a reason.
And we have neighbors next door to us, right behind it. They're renters, and they're great. They treat their house better than most of the homeowners in the neighborhood. But that's not always the case.
No, and I don't want to make this, stance that renters are bad. They're not. It's the landlords, in my opinion, that are going to dictate what type of environment you're gonna be in.
They're keeping up with the house and the yard and the everything else, not the renter per se.
Right. If you have a landlord that's gonna renovate the property the right way and vet renters the right way and get someone in there that's actually going to promote cash flow, then that's okay.
Yeah.
But if you have somebody that's literally putting peel and stick everywhere and throwing new light bulbs in and slapping a coat of paint on it and saying let's go, and at a low rental value, it's not generally good for the neighborhood.
We're talking to Adam Bundren with Lauren Risley Realty. Back to like what you do when a house has been on the market. Is the first option to lower the price?
No, not necessarily. I think we look at it case by case basis, and what I was saying when Bob asked the question was listen to the feedback. Sometimes it's that basement is horrific, or the carpet is just beat to all heck. Great, we will have a conversation with our sellers, and we'll either get the carpet done or get a bid for it to get done, and maybe offer it as a credit or something like that. Because if there's two types of situations. One is no one has looked at the house. No, it is crickets. We don't generally have that. The other is we have a bunch of people that are going through it, and they may not be just pulling the trigger, and we have to figure out what those pain points are.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always never a dull moment, and no 2 days are alike in the
That's for sure.
real estate business. And a lot of what we talk about here, Adam and Lauren talk about more in depth on Call the Closer with Lauren Risley Realty, which airs here on the Big 550 KTRS Sundays at 1. Any idea what you're talking about this weekend?
We have some special guests coming in this weekend.
Oh, that's a deep tease.
Right?
All right, we will be. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, or if you're like us and you just have a question, because knowledge is power. Call Lauren Risley Realty, 314-775-0684. You can also email her at hello@laurenrisleyrealty.com. Thanks, Adam.
Pleasure.
In the middle of our streets, our house. In the middle of our
4:33. This show is moving right along, but is traffic, Captain Paul?
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. A chance for some showers and a few thunderstorms this evening and overnight. Some thirsty lawns might appreciate that, but there's a chance of rain anytime after 8 p.m. through about 4 a.m., and then the rain moves south and out. It'll be dry and cooler behind the cold front. A low of 57 degrees in the morning. Early clouds give way to sunshine, 75 for the high. A nice Thursday. Friday, mostly cloudy, though, 30% chance for a few showers and high of 73. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Don't get lulled into believing the IRS is getting soft. It's just the opposite. Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. We are being told by IRS collection officers that their higher-ups are demanding that they get more aggressive than ever. So don't ignore them any longer. Level up. If you have unfiled returns, unpaid taxes, levies, or liens, call the Lance Story Law Firm today and let us get between you and the IRS. We'll protect your rights, including your right to appeal or even your right to take the IRS to tax court. Remember, IRS problems are legal problems, and they need to be handled by an expert attorney team who's done it for decades. So call the Lance Story Law Firm today. We're local. Our office is right here in St. Louis, or visit Lance, DRURY, law.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm, the Lance Story Law Firm, 314-260-6120.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Appliance Discounters has another showroom, this time on Gravois Road, right next to the little Dairy Queen that's been there for ages. This showroom is different. It's packed with name brands, GE, LG, Bosch, that are slightly dinged, one-of-a-kind, or closeout items direct from the manufacturer. They all come with the factory warranties and all the factory rebates. You want huge savings at big discounts, theappliancediscounters.com. To find the one nearest you, including the one on Gravois Road in Afton, theappliancediscounters.com.
You're finally ready to renovate your home. Now's the time to start your project to have it completed in time for the holidays. River Bend Kitchen & More specializes in kitchens and baths, but also bars, bookcases, cabinetry, countertops, and more. They work with homeowners, contractors, and developers. Proud supplier of Waypoint Living Spaces cabinets, as well as other quality cabinetry lines. Financing is available, conveniently located in Soulard, Alton, and Mascoutah. Call 314-314-7411. Online at riverbendkm.com. Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset? Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a banner day.
How's your deck holding up? Time for a new one? Time to redo the one you're sitting on? It's time to call Outdoor Living. Outdoor Living last summer helped me with my deck, and I cannot tell you how thrilled I am. Outdoor Living Inc. not only showed me all the different options, whether it's PVC, composite, vinyl wrapped, wood, but Outdoor Living has the largest showroom in St. Louis, 2,000 square feet of decking, so I figured out exactly what I wanted from the largest showroom in town. 314-966-DECK or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
Missouri has one of the best state park systems in the country, as well as beautiful community parks throughout the state. Now, our state is on track to have some of the most nutritious and delicious park foods. Through the MU Extension Eat Smart in Parks program, visitors can get healthy foods and beverage choices to boost their health and energy while out enjoying the great outdoors. Park visitors, look for healthy choices at park concession stands. Park managers, learn how to offer this tasty option to your visitors at muext.us/eatsmartinparks.
It's Julie Buck here to tell you that the patio is open at Bishop's Post right next to Chesterfield Mall. Get your reservations in now and go to Bishop's Post. You will love it. Tell them Julie Buck sent you, bishopspost.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
I know you guys like to talk about Disney. You like all the things at Disney.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, what is the longest time you would wait in line for your favorite ride? Because I think my days of standing in a line are kind of over.
Mm-hmm.
I probably, in the days of Six Flags, if it was the new Batman ride or Thunder River, I'd stand in line for 45 minutes, maybe an hour and 15.
I'd give you 45 and maybe not even that anymore. I tell you, I haven't been in many years. It used to be the Fast Pass. I think there's another thing they do now. If I couldn't get that,
you're not doing it.
I probably wouldn't go.
Yeah. Josh?
All right. So I got my hair cut this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It looks great.
Which you can see if you look up the video on YouTube and Facebook. We are streaming live.
Oh, I thought you meant you recorded your haircut.
No. You can watch us live as we're talking
Something
right now.
cool about that?
She said that she went to Six Flags over the weekend, and I said, how are the lines? And she said, non-existent. So,
well, kids are back in school, and I know it's the weekend, but
on
Labor Day weekend I don't think is a big one. I think that's actually a smart one. And they're also at all the pools trying to close them down.
Yeah. So if you want to go ride the Six Flags rides with no lines, do it right now. But I would say 60 minutes tops, and it has to be one of the best rides. But the problem is, once you get into a line, if that ride breaks down or they come over well, we're experiencing a stoppage of the ride. Just wait, and we'll get this thing going again. You're just kind of stuck. When you're trying to ride.
No, I'm backing out of that line. Yeah. I'm not standing there.
Jumping the railings, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out.
We wanted to hit the Monsters, Inc. ride. It was pretty cool. My wife had never done it. It was the last ride of the day, and so we stayed, and it took all of 75 minutes.
Ooh.
Was it worth it?
Oh, God, no. Oh, no. And my legs were, it's one thing if you walk the park. It's another thing if you stand there for 60 plus minutes.
Now, here's my other question, because I have not been to an amusement park in a long time, probably since my niece and nephew were smaller and Six Flags. But do the lines now have things that are entertaining? Are there TV shows playing that they can kind of pass the time? Are there music videos? Because that used to be a thing.
Well, yes and no. But, Bob, you can speak to this. They have parts, once you get in the building, they'll start the ride while you're still in line.
Yeah.
Like, I think we were on
Haunted Mansion is one.
Yes.
Haunted Mansion. As soon as you get in, there's stuff going on.
They're talking to you. You get in the elevator. You're still in the line.
Space Mountain that I love and you don't love. But as soon as you walk in the building, you're involved in the ride. Yeah. Even though you may not actually get in the seat for another 45 minutes. But when you walk in, you're in Star Wars.
That's kind of cool.
There's a new Star Wars ride, and the whole time my wife is asking, hey, are we on the ride yet? And I go, no, honey, this is still the line.
Yeah.
And then we get into something, and she goes, is this the ride? I go, no. This is the ride to the ride.
Yeah, and that's pretty cool.
So to Heidi's point, they really do the line up where you don't even know if you're on the ride.
Try to figure it out.
They don't want to make you miserable.
Right.
Because they know waiting in lines is miserable. I'm sure it's not like this anymore. A couple of times when I was young, teenager, maybe college age one time. Anyway, stay until it closes, and at the end, no one was there.
Yeah, and you could just jump
on. Sprint
Yes.
across the park. Hey, I still got time for Space Mountain. Hey, I got to go back to Haunted Mansion. Oh, I still have time to run down to Pirates of the Caribbean and
get them all in.
It was a blast. That was so much fun.
Somebody's asking if you were in line for the Screaming Eagle when it opened.
I know we
year
went
did
out to
that?
pick up girls then.
Yeah.
What year did the Screaming Eagle open?
It would have been in what, 76? 4,
Okay.
5?
Yeah.
I'll say 74.
So the most magical time we had at Disney is halfway through the day, we went back to the hotel and took a nap.
Oh, yeah.
For Finn. And then since he had that nap, we were able to stay for the fireworks.
He
like
powered
Bob
up,
said.
yeah.
You know, it's 10 o'clock at night, but there's no lines, and we got on like 3-4 more rides. So that was the best.
Yeah.
So I highly encourage people to spend the entire day.
But take that
if you
break.
can. If you can.
And then take that break.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to know on the Woods Basement Systems text line, 84126, how long would you wait? And is there anything you would stand in line for right now? I would probably stand in line for Adele tickets again. Like maybe.
How long?
I'd probably stand 3 or 4 hours for that. I'm trying to think if there was anybody else I would stand in line. If I knew, even if there was a price with it, but I knew that I was going to get tickets, if I just stood in that line, I would do that.
Everything now is Ticketmaster.com. Do they still have box offices where people are
Well, the Muni
waiting
does.
out front?
But I don't know that people are actually waiting. I think you're waiting on your computer.
Remember you would go to Schnucks and buy tickets?
Oh, yeah.
From MetroTix?
Well, when we saw Samantha Fish earlier in the year, there was a box office. Yeah. So I think a lot
Maybe
of those
like at
kind
the
of
pageant, some of
It was at
the
the pageant,
smaller
that's right.
venues
But
still have it.
They
And
have them there for will call and all this.
No,
but
I
10
did it-
a.m. on a Thursday. Are
I don't know if it's
people-
that. I think it's at Showtime.
I think
like
you're
the
right.
old Rock House or the pageant and some of those. If there are still tickets available, you can go up to the box office and cross your fingers.
But there's no camping out for Metallica tickets.
I don't. I mean, that's camping out on your computer, is what I think.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can go and ride some rides now at St. Louis Union Station.
Yes.
And it is so cool. I passed by it the other day, and I can't wait to go and check it out. They've got a pirate ship and a wave swing, and even a roller coaster, and it all just adds to the fun that was already there at Union Station in the St. Louis Wheel Park. I have been on the wheel. It is fantastic, and it is for all ages, and it's during all temperatures. It is the best view of the city. I mean, you can see miles and miles. You can see the arch. It's just fantastic. But now you got these new rides located adjacent to the Wheel South Side, next to Union Station's landmark train shed, and it is open to the public. You can purchase individual ride tickets or a combination ticket that can include the other attractions at Union Station, because don't forget, we've got the aquarium, you've got like the mirror maze, you've got the like ropes course. I mean, there's so much to do there, and great restaurants, by the way, as well. And the attractions in the wheel park are developed by Icon Experiences and include a 200-foot tall St. Louis wheel, which you know. And by the way, they say on this, it's a 20-mile view of the downtown skyline. So just imagine that. Then you got the Flying Louie, which is a pirate ship kind of themed ride. You got the Locomotion, which plays into the station's railroad history and is a train-themed roller coaster. It is so much fun, and you can actually check it out now because it is open and ready for you to ride. You can learn more and go ahead and buy some of those tickets if you want to at stlouisunionstation.com.
Hi, it's JJ from Spectrum Eyeglass Repair, the nation's leader in eyeglass repair. Is there a broken pair of sunglasses you thought were doomed to stay in the glove box? Are your glasses taped together, glued together? Bring them to Spectrum. We'll fix them. Spectrum Eyeglass Repair carries a large selection of pre-made clip-ons, cases, and accessories. We can custom make clip-ons to fit your frames. You'll like our service, and you'll love our prices. Almost as much as you'll love our song. We're in Crestwood on Watson Road. On the web at SpectrumEyeglassRepair.com. Now let's hear that groovy song one more time. Sing along with me.
Spectrum Eyeglass Repair.
Are you tired of looking at those old, worn-out floors? Have you been dreaming of new hardwood floors? Well, then you should start dreaming about Boardwalk Hardwood. It's their annual warehouse sale going on right now through the end of September at all 4 locations. At Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, half off new floors. You can get half off inventory and factory specials and up to 25% off special order items. Their showrooms, 4 of them at Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, are filled with beautiful styles, great budgets, from timeless classics to modern designs and everything in between. Your home will look beautiful with gorgeous hardwood floors. Rich, stunning hardwood floors, courtesy of BoardwalkHardwood.com. For 25 years, Boardwalk has been your trusted, local, family-owned, quality flooring provider. And if you need hardwood floors, it's their annual warehouse sale now through the end of September at all 4 locations. Boardwalk Hardwood or BoardwalkHardwood.com.
Call the closer with Lauren Risley Realty.
First day on the market, we had multiple offers. They're definitely on top of things, but we loved working with them. They made it so easy for us.
All you need to know about real estate and more.
I am Lauren Risley. I'm here with my right-hand man, Adam Bundren. Every Sunday at 1 o'clock, you'll be hearing from us a full 1-hour show on all things real estate.
Call the closer with Lauren Risley Realty every Sunday afternoon at 1. Powered by Homestead Financial Mortgage on the Big 550 KTRS.
Gingham's Homestyle Restaurant has been a staple in St. Charles for 35 years. Our comfortable, casual atmosphere offers some of the best comfort food you've ever had. Customers might know our delicious breakfast, but you can have whatever you want, anytime you want, with our full menu 24 hours a day. Nothing warms your heart like Gingham's famous vegetable soup, and we can cater your event, too. If you like homestyle food and great friendly service, you'll love Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. 636-946-0266 or ginghamsrestaurant.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Evolution Festival, Forest Park, September 27th and 28th. Great food, cocktails, new chair passes, new Club Evolution VIP area, and music with Lenny Kravitz and Sublime. Plus, Sam Fender, Public Enemy, The Hives, TLC, Marcus King Band, The Kills, and more. 30 bands, 3 stages, benefiting United Way of Greater St. Louis Storm Relief Fund. Tickets at evolutionfestival.com.
Hi, it's Frank Cusimano inviting you to join me for the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. We're going to interview some of the biggest names in sports and have our opening monologue. That's the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
8 minutes before 5 o'clock, Captain Paul, how's traffic? As more kids head back to school this week, Don Mahalik, ABC News law enforcement contributor and retired senior Secret Service agent, joins us to discuss how to keep our kids safe. Welcome back, Don.
Thanks. Good to be back with you guys. Thanks for having me.
So who actually runs school security these days, especially if it is a big school district?
Well, every school's set up a little differently, but essentially the school district runs the school security for their school system. Every school system has a security setup that's a little different. Some have school police departments in the larger school systems like a New York or Chicago or Philadelphia. And other school systems might have a school security apparatus where they have either armed or unarmed security officers that work for the school. And some schools have school police officers, and some schools use local police officers known as SROs, school resource officers, to work in a school. So it's kind of a mixed bag depending on what school district you're in and where you're at.
And in your experience, what do you feel like works best?
Well, school security these days, it's a holistic approach. You need all of community together to keep schools safe. You need the physical aspect of school security. You also need the behavioral threat assessment piece of school security, which the Secret Service has cornered the market on in teaching to schools around the country and police departments that behavioral threat assessment can get ahead of a potential school incident. And just using the recent shooting in Minneapolis as an example, although that individual wasn't a student, I would guess that when he was in school, they were showing signs of mental health crisis that perhaps were not addressed appropriately enough. Hence, he got to the point of going down the pathway of violence and then conducting the attack against the schools. He's heard on one of the videos they took down saying that it's going to be a bad day for the kids, or words to that effect. So he clearly was targeting, but because there probably wasn't a robust enough threat assessment process wherever he went to school, probably some of those flags are missed. So that's just as important as having the security officers, police officers, and physical security measures in schools.
And in your opinion, is that like a whole team? Is that one person just monitoring social media the entire time?
So the behavioral threat assessment process encompasses a round group of people. It's law enforcement, it's school counselors, it's mental health professionals, school administrators, teachers, nurses, and in some cases, members of the community, because as you try to tell parents, the parents are part of keeping schools safe. They see when their children are having a crisis or when they're not having a crisis. But, a lot of parents are in denial and they don't want to deal with a child who's in crisis, or they don't know how to deal with it, and they don't know how to reach out to people to help. But, thankfully in school systems, they have access to resources to help parents. They just have to be willing to make the call that the school know that, hey, my kid is struggling. They need some help.
Yeah. The other story that you're covering this afternoon has to do with a shortage of counter snipers. And this comes, more than a year after Secret Service counter sniper teamed killed that would-be assassin targeting President Donald Trump. So this is a pretty big deal.
It is a big deal, and it's a critical staffing shortage for the Secret Service because the counter snipers provide the overwatch, as became very clear during the Butler attempted assassination, to protect the protectee and the Secret Service protective event. And if you don't have the counter snipers, they don't have enough counter snipers, you don't have that overwatch or an efficient overwatch that you need to keep the site safe. The problem for the Secret Service and for the counter snipers is it's a very elite group of people. It takes several years for somebody to train to assume that position because of a lot of the judgment issues that go in that position. They're given free rein to take a shot, as was evident in Butler when they see a threat. So it's not as easy as just hiring somebody and saying, go perform the job. There's a long process to do it. It's an elite process. Hopefully the Secret Service figures out a way to tap into former military snipers and bring them on board. But even then, there's a training hurdle because the military sniper doesn't operate in the same rules as a Secret Service counter sniper. But it's definitely a critical staffing crisis that they need to get a hold of sooner rather than later, especially with campaigns seem to come more frequently every 4 years.
And how would they do that? How would they ramp up recruitment or those sorts of things?
Well, I would, different police departments have snipers or counter snipers, and the military has snipers or counter snipers. So I would think the Secret Service, one of the most efficient things to do is to reach out to that community and start plugging into that community and creating incentives for people to come on board to the Secret Service to perform that critical mission as far as a short-term surge, if you will, of personnel to get into the Secret Service to perform the job. Because, as we saw in Butler, even when you rely on outside agencies, they don't operate under the same rules or understandings as the Secret Service personnel do.
Mm-hmm.
And for the Secret Service, the more that they can control a site, the more that they have their own resources at a site, the easier it is for them to keep it secure and safe and not worry about gaps that could potentially occur, like we saw in Butler.
Yeah.
So that's one of the critical pieces that the Secret Service has to try to do, is ramp up its staffing, ramp up its personnel, including counter snipers, and be able to handle some of these protective events without having to rely on so many outside organizations or outside entities.
Don, it's always great to get your expert opinion. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk to a guy who's an associate director of the Carmichael Sports Media Institute. Does it really pay off for a college or university to add a football team? That's coming up at 5:10.
Worldwide Technology Raceway is the only track in America to host a NASCAR event, an IndyCar event, and an NHRA event.
Don't miss the upcoming NASCAR Xfinity Series, the NASCAR Cup Series, Enjoy Illinois 300, and the NHRA Midwest Nationals, all happening in September.
The track, under the leadership of owner Curtis Francois, continues to upgrade the race experience for fans who come from around the country. For tickets, go to WWTRaceway.com.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Harvard wins this round. The Trump administration's attempt to cut $2.2 billion in research funding from Harvard University was about exerting power, not fighting anti-Semitism, says a federal judge, stopping the defunding. Judge Allison Burroughs writing that the administration used anti-Semitism as a smokescreen for a targeted, ideologically motivated assault. Florida's moving to end all vaccine mandates, even for school children who get shots for polio, measles, and more. State Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladat.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
Comments from American Academy of Pediatrics President Dr. Susan Cressley, the American Medical Association, and former CDC Chief Dr. Richard Besser say the effort puts children at risk, as well as those around them who might have underlying medical conditions. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says federal agents are being relocated from immigration operations in Los Angeles, while the Texas National Guard is preparing for a Chicago crime-fighting deployment. The governor speaking to violence intervention leaders.
You can't police your way out of all the problems, and what you can do, however, is work with people and try to understand them and then lift them up out of the situation that they're in.
Last 24 hours in California, say state fire officials, there were over 16,000 lightning strikes and 80 new wildfires. Parts of California, Washington State, Oregon under red flag warnings. ABC News forecaster Melissa Griffin.
The heaviest smoke today for parts of the Pacific Northwest, right down to central California, and it's going to continue to move into the plains as well. The fires in the west combining with the wildfires in Canada, blanketing that smoke across the western half of the country right into tomorrow and right into the end of the week. So that is going to cause extremely poor air quality for so many of these areas that are also dealing with extreme heat.
Listening to ABC News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. Multiple calls about the smell of natural gas in Florissant this morning prompted a quick response from the Florissant Valley Fire Protection District and Spire. Fire officials said all reported incidents were investigated and only one small leak was found and quickly addressed by Spire. No immediate hazards to the public were identified, but Spire continues to monitor the situation. The reports come just 9 days after a massive explosion in North St. Louis County destroyed several homes, injured 5 people, and rattled surrounding neighborhoods. A suspect is in custody after 2 people were stabbed at a Chesterfield hotel this morning. Chesterfield police say officers were called to the Homewood Suites on Chesterfield Parkway West for a report of a stabbing. Both victims were taken to the hospital for treatment. Their injuries were not life-threatening. A third person was taken into custody. Chesterfield police say surrounding agencies were asked for canine units to help with the investigation. The Ellisville and Maryland Heights Police Departments responded, and the investigation remains ongoing. Traffic fatalities in Missouri over the Labor Day holiday weekend are down this year. The Missouri Highway Patrol reports 5 people were killed over the long holiday weekend. That's compared to 17 last year. A special session begins today to enact legislation and establishing updated congressional districts in Missouri and amending the state's initiative petition process. Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe unveiled the Missouri First Map, which is a more compact, contiguous proposed map. Some highlights of this map include splitting fewer counties and municipalities than the current map and retaining every current member of Missouri's congressional delegation in their current districts. Critics say it makes significant changes to Missouri's 5th district near Kansas City and could shift the district from Democratic to Republican control. A federal appeals court is upholding an Illinois ban on concealed firearms on public transit. The appellate court's decision reversed a ruling by a downstate federal judge who said the law was unconstitutional. Illinois' Firearm Concealed Carry Act allows those with a proper permit to carry concealed firearms in public places, but not on public transit. A new Illinois law will provide care for retired police dogs. State Senator Erica Harris sponsored a bill creating the Care for Retired Police Dogs grant program, which provides up to $1,500 each year to reimburse adoptive families for veterinary expenses. Labor news in this KTRS Business Minute, brought to you by Walter Knoll Florists, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. Illinois Department of Labor is voicing concerns over a federal rollback of minimum wage protections, citing home health care workers as the latest target. KTRS's Jill Enders has the story.
The Illinois Department of Labor is opposing the federal rollback of minimum wage protections. Director Jane Flanagan released a statement which reads in part, quote, "While Illinois has robust minimum wage and overtime protections for home health care workers, if the proposed rule is adopted, it will create inconsistencies and confusion across the country," end quote. Yesterday, Illinois joined Pennsylvania and states across the country in formally opposing the U.S. Department of Labor's notice of proposed rulemaking application of the Fair Labor Standards Act to domestic service. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
And now let's take a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement, Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 a.m. Wall Street at the close today, Dow Jones down 25 points to 45,271. S&P 500 up 32 points to 6,448. And the Nasdaq is up 218 points to 21,497. Time now to check sports and traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
Meep, meep.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather. Tonight, rain and storms possible around midnight. Overnight low of 57. Tomorrow, cloudy with a chance of rain. Much cooler with a high of 75. Right now, with clouds moving in, we have 84 degrees. The time is 5:08. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Congratulations to John Beal Roofing. Want to give them a shout out. They've been a sponsor of the show through thick and through thin for coming up on 20 years. And their message has remained the same all these 20 years. Make sure you call someone local. With all the storms that have been in the area over the last couple of months, it's been busy, and a lot of out-of-towners are coming in. They sure are nice, but you know what? They'll take half your money, and you never see them again. Somebody from the insurance industry told me, make sure you call local. I told them I was well-schooled. John Beal Roofing will guarantee you the best price. They'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the claim you deserve to fix it and fix it right. Roofing, siding, gutters, all storm damage, John Beal Roofing will take care of it. Keep it local and keep it John Beal. Keep it in the family for 20-plus years. John Beal Roofing, 1-800-NEW-ROOF. Or johnbillroofing.com.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proud to sponsor the return of the border war between Mizzou and KU this Saturday.
To the house in Missouri.
The rivalry returns after 19 years. Don't miss all the action live here on the Big 550.
Pre-game at 12:30, kickoff at 2:30.
And KTRS has full coverage all week on the Big Sports Show with KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey and the Press Box with Frank Cusimano.
Missouri delivers a counterpunch on the fake point.
This is why the Big 550 is live, local, and the home for everything Mizzou. Proudly powered by Royal Banks of Missouri.
Let's go Mizzou.
Carney, Buck.
All right, on the next Carney Show, we will talk sports with our very own sports director, Brendan Weesey, especially in anticipation of more Mizzou football and NFL football starting up. Also, in anticipation of 9/11, we're going to talk to a woman that was just 17 years old, and she was just blocks away from 9/11 when the towers fell. She's going to tell us her latest efforts to keep the memory alive and how we will never forget. Join us right at noon on The Carney Show.
John Carney, Julie Buck, weekdays at noon on KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
College football seems to be the topic of the week, but does adding a football program pay off? Welch Suggs is Associate Director of the Carmichael Sports Media Institute and recently dug into just that. Thanks for making time for us.
Absolutely. Glad to be here.
So you were lead author on a study titled Institutional Effects of Adding Football, a difference analysis breakdown. What were the basics here that you took away?
Sure. So this was a study that I did, and I won't bore you by getting into the math, but basically we looked around and saw how many different schools were adding football teams around the country. Here in Georgia, you're talking about really big state universities like Kennesaw State or Georgia State, but also smaller liberal arts colleges that are trying to make things work. And we were just talking, I've spent some time in Missouri, and I was around when Westminster College in Fulton decided to add football. And they always talk about, is this something that universities or colleges can do to really raise our profile, to bring in students, and to really take the university to the next level, as everybody says.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. My brother-in-law played at Westminster, so there's always a tie. Yeah.
So, Welch, I think this is really a fascinating study, and I'm wondering if in another couple of years, maybe even sooner than that, if you redid the study and these schools found that with NIL money, with the Power Four really sort of dominating the sport, that the smaller schools will, new or old, will have trouble keeping a profile.
Oh, 100%. I mean, so the main thing that we found with our study was that adding a football team brought in a few male students for the first year or so as the school was really getting going. But after that, it really dropped enrollment, it dropped tuition revenue, it dropped everything else back to the baseline compared to schools that never added the sport. So I'm just going to make this up, but if Lindenwood added a football team and Fontbonne didn't, to pick a couple of schools in your area, what we would see is over time, the relationship between their enrollments or tuition or whatever wouldn't change after that first initial bump. But I think more than that, you got to remember that the schools in the Power Four that have been playing football and other sports, they've been doing it now for 120 years. And so their brands are pretty well established. So it's really hard to think of many besides a few like a Boise State or someone like that that have really managed to elevate a school's profile using football and sort of change the conversation about that school.
And Welch, when these colleges decide to add football, is the whole mindset about helping enrollment, or are there other factors they're considering?
So always the bottom line, Heidi, is enrollment, but that comes through a lot of different ways, right? So a lot of it is about adding culture and adding events that will keep students on campus for a weekend. So as part of my study, I went over to Berry College, which is a small school in Rome here, and they have the cutest little tailgate setup you have ever seen with all the tents set up, and it looks like a very small version of what happens here at UGA, although it's supposed to be a dry campus, so the dynamics are a little bit different for that culture. But it is certainly something. I talked to a number of students who said that, yeah, I would not have chosen Barry if it weren't for football, or I love having the culture of being around football, or just wanting to be at a school with football players. You know, that is something that even students who don't play the sport want to be part of and want to have that as part of their campus culture. So I think it's all about, especially for these small schools, which are going through terrible times right now, trying to cut costs and trying to maintain their enrollment. Anything they can do to make their school more attractive to students is something they're going to consider and consider very hard.
You know, you mentioned Lindenwood just as an example. You know, it's been 25 years since they've had football, but it's interesting, never had it prior to that. They almost closed the doors on the university. The new president came in, got it going, and for a couple of decades, Lindenwood was one of the few athletic departments in the nation that was in the black on its own because they went with the heads in beds theory. And but then they've gone Division II and now Division I, and it is a challenge. Higher profile, higher, but obviously not at the highest, and it will be a challenge. They got a great stadium, and as you pointed out, tailgating, and it does create an atmosphere. But you know, to the bottom line, you wonder where it goes.
So the other thing that people probably aren't really tracking is that student enrollment is about to fall off a cliff for an awful lot of universities around the country, because people stopped having babies during the Great Recession in 2007, 2008. So my son right now is in 11th grade, and his graduating class nationwide is going to be the smallest in a generation. And so I really wonder if adding football or adding esports or doing the things that universities are trying to do to bring heads in the door and put them in beds, like you said, are going to be able to offset the losses they're going to face. So I think we're going to have a huge wave of colleges closing around the country. And football is not going to be enough to save a lot of them.
So you're at the University of Georgia, and while you were doing your study, you have a great example right next door in Alabama, UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham. Go Blazers. They got rid of their football program, and then in a matter of years, brought it back again.
Fans were outraged.
Yeah, it was weird. It was wild. It was right while you guys were doing your study. Did they see an uptick or a downturn when they got rid of football versus when they brought it back?
Well, that was such a weird situation, Josh, right? I mean, this is the thing, is that UAB is a medical center with a small college in the middle of it, right? So a little bit like WashU from that standpoint, and trying to do Division I sports. And yes, there was this massive outcry among boosters, and everybody thought that Alabama Tuscaloosa was trying to do in UAB. And the president saw football as a money-losing proposition, and so he canceled it. But that caused such an uproar that he was forced politically to bring it back. And unfortunately, I don't have specific data on whether bringing back the sport made a difference. But UAB is like one of the biggest employers in Birmingham, but it's not because it's a university, it's because it's a hospital system. And so I really don't think that football moves the needle in a $2.5 billion a year industry.
Well, here's the question that you guys studied. Does having a football program in general increase enrollment or increase the academics on campus outside of the stadium? But what does having a good football team do to your university? Bob mentioned the Power Four. Even within those conferences, there's schools that are really bad at football, KU.
Vandy.
But you have the University of Alabama, which for the past 25 years have been at the top of the heap of college football. Surely in those years, they've gotten more students to come. They've gotten better faculty. Yes, no?
Yeah, so the thing about Alabama is that it's a relatively small state, and for many years, the University of Alabama was a relatively small institution compared to a lot of its peers in the SEC. A lot of people don't realize that. But what happened is they realized they were going to have to start recruiting aggressively out of state to bring in students to pay out of state tuition to keep the doors open. And so they invested heavily in football and creating the culture that we all know of at SEC schools. And, Georgia has done very much the same thing with Kirby Smart. And all my students can tell you about how crowded campus is and how hard it is to get around and all the extra bodies that we have coming in. And winning a couple of national titles in football and putting the university on the map is a big part of that. But, they take away my PhD if I told you that there aren't other factors involved. Mm-hmm. So you got to remember, too, that, again, many schools, including Alabama specifically, recruit heavily from out of state. And so what they're able to do is go to a student in St. Louis or in Chicago or in New York and say, hey, you can come here and we're going to charge you something, but it's actually not going to be as much as what you would pay in state to go to your state university at a Rutgers or Illinois at Urbana-Champaign or places like that. And we're going to make this place so attractive, and we got Bama Rush on TikTok and all that stuff, that it's going to be a place that a lot of people are going to be interested in going to school at. So, the classic example of this, of course, is Boston College with Doug Flutie all the way back in the 80s. And people in higher ed even now talk about the Flutie factor of whether his Heisman and the Hail Mary pass to beat Miami really put Boston College on the map. But there are other factors there, too. Boston was becoming really a fashionable place for people to go to college. So BC saw a lot of growth in that era, but so did Boston University, so did Northeastern University. And so there's always a context beyond this, but there's no question that having a winning team and having a culture built around SEC football, for example, is going to pay dividends for a school.
It's so interesting. We're talking to Welch Suggs, who's Associate Director of the Carmichael Sports Media Institute. I mean, obviously, a great football team is great branding. I don't want to say it's free advertising, but in a way, it kind of is because you start talking about it. What are some other ways to market your school? Is it about a program just standing out? What competes with football in that way?
Well, so football is the best thing for bringing in a mass audience, being able to appeal to a lot of people who really want to be part of an SEC culture. But there are plenty of other schools that have specific programs that do appeal to students and really are able to build a brand. So we were talking about Missouri earlier, and the J School attracts people from all over the country because it is such a powerful brand. Now, that's not going to fill up Faurot Field on a Saturday, but it's still going to make a difference. And for much smaller schools where you're really talking at the margins, where having 10 extra students is going to mean keeping the doors open, there are schools finding lots of ways to do that through things like esports, believe it or not. There are several schools right in that area in Missouri and also in Illinois that have found great success by adding esports, which I find mind-blowing, but I'm old, so here we are. And There are other schools that are able to appeal by adding things like co-op programs where students can get a lot of work experience very quickly in addition to doing their coursework, or to specialize in specific area studies. And so I think right now, the challenge for college is to figure out what their missions are. Are they going to try to appeal to a broad mass of students and compete with P4 schools and other places like that for students? Or can they really develop a compelling identity that works for their community and for their culture and for the students they want to attract?
So Heidi mentioned marketing, and the city of St. Louis has lost 2 football teams now. And I always say we're not in the conversation anymore on Sunday afternoons. And the biggest, TV shows are Sunday Night Football or other NFL games. So I feel like the city of St. Louis, as far as marketing, has lost out not having an NFL team. Let's go back to Mizzou, switching conferences, and now they're in the SEC, the biggest football conference in the country. Is the University of Missouri better off being in the SEC than in the Big 12? And is that academically helped, or does it just help the athletic department?
Well, I would honestly ask you all that question because it's unfortunately been way too long since I've been back to Mizzou. But I think as a general note, Missouri, is a very strong academic institution. It's a member of the Association of American Universities, which is not true for most of the SEC. And I think there are a lot of benefits that come with being in a conference with schools like Vanderbilt and Florida and Texas and Georgia, and being back in a conference with Oklahoma. I think that there are ties that are built between faculties at these different schools. I work, basically every week with one of my former professors at Missouri. And so there are benefits there. And I think, to your point, that being on TV on Saturdays on ESPN as part of the SEC package is a huge deal in terms of helping the school get its message across. But at the end of the day, I don't know how many people are choosing Missouri or if the whole SEC culture thing works the same way there as it does at a place like Georgia or Alabama or even South Carolina. And there's so many factors that go into that and so much of the school culture that, I think when you get on campus at a place like Mizzou and you see the traditions and you see the antlers at the basketball games and things like that you can see it's a great community to be a part of. But because Mizzou is not moving the needle in terms of playing for playoff bids and things like that, I don't know how good a job football or basketball, for that matter, is doing in terms of putting the school on the map for students who wouldn't be considering it otherwise.
One final question for you, Welch, and I'm wondering, talking about Alabama and how they were kind of the highest of high, when they dropped down and their football program isn't what it used to be, do you think we'll see enrollment drop?
Heidi, I don't think so in the short term. I mean, I think people in Alabama are freaking out this week over a whole bunch of things, but application numbers probably not so much. Because Bama Rush is still a thing.
Mm-hmm.
SEC culture is still a thing at a place like Alabama. They have grown tremendously over the last 10 to 15 years. And if you look at a place like South Carolina, they are successful but not amazing at football, but they are still drawing a ton of people from out of state because they recruit and market as aggressively as they do. So is Alabama going to be South Carolina in 20 years? I'm not going to be the one to say that, but that's probably not the worst place for them to end up.
So, synopsis. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you guys did your study. Does having a college football team help the school's enrollment and help academically outside of the stadium?
If there are other factors that contribute to that success. How's that for a good professor answer?
It's perfect. Well, Welch Suggs, we certainly appreciate you joining our conversation this afternoon. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Thanks so much to y'all.
All right, and I find that fascinating, Bob, and, the data doesn't lie. You would think that a college football team, a very successful one, they'd be building brand new buildings and inviting the top talent.
It's not the finance, the direct finance. Your sports are marketing. And then if you get the enrollment, and that's, I think, the point, that as enrollments go down, the financial impact might not be as great.
And then, like you said, I mean, Alabama, the state legislature, has been giving less and less money to the university. I wonder how much money they give to the sports department. And at what point are they going to actually just sever finances and say, this is the University of Alabama, and then this is the sports department, or this is just the football team?
And I haven't seen any numbers in many years, but it used to be even the biggest schools, the athletic department on its own was in the red, on its own. Now, you might say, well, football is doing X, but to be Division I, you'd have to have all these other sports. I know there are a number of sports for, I'm going to go out and say most schools, if it's not football or basketball, that they're in the red before the season even begins, primarily because of travel and food and all those other things.
Oh, and you look at conference realignment. I mean, the Stanford women's volleyball team has to travel to, where are they now in the AC? They got to travel to North Carolina just to play a game.
Oh, this gets more into the sports part of it, but I wouldn't be against, with all the insane realignment, that us guys that love the old Southwest Conference and the Big 8 and the Pac-10 and all those sorts of things, that's all gone. But you might be able to realign those outside of football. Let football do its thing with its Big Four and get back to the other conference. If you're going to be separate and really not part of the NCAA anyway, why pretend?
Yeah, but then you get the point where the football team's biggest rival is South Carolina, but the basketball team, they're not even in the same conference. Then now you got different rivals with your different sports. It really is, with this NIL and this realignment and all this stuff, it's a different landscape completely.
Completely different.
And
it's going to keep changing for a while.
I don't think it'll shake itself out for another 10 years. And then maybe at some point we can get, geographically reasonable conferences again.
Yeah, like baseball's talking about doing.
The UCLA plays Rutgers. That doesn't make any sense
at all.
Historically, regionally, doesn't make any sense. You know what does make sense, though? When that football game is on TV, you got a Dogtown pizza right by your side.
Oh, doctor.
You know what? And then the next football game comes on, and so you got to make another one, right?
Well, you're talking 6 hours. You got to
6. Bob, these games start at 11, and I think.
Well, if you're going to the third tier, I'm talking about sustenance.
I think that USC game started at 10 p.m. on Saturday. we were into the 1 o'clock hour. This is 14 hours of football. You got to have at least 7 pizzas. Right?
Okay.
Well, good thing though that Dogtown makes 12 different varieties. You could have a different pizza every hour. You share with your family or whatever, if you want.
Well, you said, you just kind of said that, realizing your first statement that it's all for you.
If you want to share, but Dogtown Pizza is your go-to, not only on Mizzou football game day, but for any game day or, frankly, for any night this week. We got soccer practice tonight with Finn, 4-year-olds running after, 12 of them running after the same ball. Whatever, it's fun. It gets them out there. It tires them out. But you know what? My wife and I, we're not going to cook food when we get home. So
no, it'll be too late. Throw pizza in.
Throw pizza in.
Everybody's happier.
Dogtown Pizza, it's for the game. It's for tonight. It's for every night. Dogtown Pizza, 12 different varieties, dogtownpizza.com.
Meep, meep. And let's take a check of traffic, of course, with the captain, Paul Kopsky.
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. A chance for some showers and a few thunderstorms this evening and overnight. Some thirsty lawns might appreciate that, but there's a chance of rain anytime after 8 p.m. through about 4 a.m., and then the rain moves south and out. It'll be dry and cooler behind the cold front. A low 57 degrees in the morning. Early clouds give way to sunshine, 75 for the high. A nice Thursday. Friday, mostly cloudy, though, 30% chance for a few showers and high of 73. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
My friends at Neighbors Credit Union are rolling out a new account. The new Debit All Day account is designed for the way you pay today. Debit All Day is a checkless checking account featuring a Neighbors Visa debit card, the convenience of online and mobile banking, and access to your direct deposits up to 2 days early. If you're looking for a no-fuss account to make managing your money simple, safe from overdrafts, and free of fees, Debit All Day is for you. Open your Neighbors Credit Union Debit All Day account online today at neighborscu.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Shooting in Houston over the weekend, and it left one 11-year-old boy dead. Ding Dong Ditch, and I know it's called other things in other parts of the country. Alex Stone is coming in from Los Angeles. What do you call it out there in California?
Doorbell ditch.
Yeah, doorbell ditch.
Yeah.
But this one ends tragically. Tell us the story.
Yeah, and we learned more today because of court documents, and the suspect was in court. But just really a sad story overall. It was Saturday night. An 11-year-old boy, we now know his name, Julian Guzman. He was at a birthday party with family, and it was late, just before 11 p.m., around 10:55, when these court documents that we got today say that Guzman and his cousins the cousins told police that they got bored at the birthday party and thought it'd be fun to go doorbell ditch. And they rang doorbells and knocked on the front doors of a few houses and then ran away. And then at the last one, knocked a few times and then ran away. And out allegedly came 42-year-old Gonzalo Leon, who had a handgun, and chased them off his property and into the street. And in the street was firing at them and hit the 11-year-old Julian Guzman in the back and killed him. And police saying that night,
I think they were able to run for about a block before he lost consciousness and dropped in the street. I believe he lives a block away.
Yeah, he lives only about a block away from where the birthday party was, and then went about a block over to Gonzalo Leon's home. And Guzman's cousin says that the 11-year-old Julian fell in the street. It looked like he was paralyzed, that the cousin army dragged him because Leon was still a threat over them, pointing a gun at them. And Leon allegedly in total fired around 3 rounds, wearing all black, then calmly put his arm down and walked into his house, did not render any aid, closed the door, and went back inside. And today in court...
Are you Gonzalo Leon Jr.? Yes, sir. All right.
So Leon was in front of that judge, was given $1 million bail today, and a prosecutor said a high bail amount like that is warranted in this case.
The allegations involve someone intentionally killing an 11-year-old for knocking on their door.
But Leon's defense attorney is saying that the DA is playing up the age of the victim being 11 and making the case worse against her client, purposely making it worse.
The loss of life is unfortunate. But considering every other factor leaned in the defendant's favor, we would have hoped for a lower bond.
And guys, other neighbors say they had seen the boys in the neighborhood doing this. They had not thought much about it. It was just kind of boys being kids in this group. But when they knocked on Leon's door, it was deadly for Julian Guzman. And by all accounts, they were playing typical doorbell ditching and then running away. It was not what police have been warning about nationwide, this social media trend that teens and kids have been doing, called door kicking, where they go and either kick the door or slam their bodies up against it, body slam the doors, where it can scare somebody inside to believe that it's a home invasion robbery. And police in Texas or in Arizona have been saying, hey, kids are going to get shot, telling parents that people are going to believe it's a home invasion robbery if people are kicking at the door and body slamming it, and then posting it on social media and doing these all over an area that somebody's going to get hurt. But in this case, you don't have the right to, even if it's 11 o'clock at night, open up your door and shoot a child that is at your front doorstep, let alone chase them into the street and fire at them running down the street.
You know, Alex, it's interesting. Even hardcore Second Amendment people understand, maybe more than anybody else, understand that anybody, you mentioned in particular a child, but anybody fleeing and running from your property, they haven't stolen anything, although that doesn't matter. Once that has nothing to do with any kind of a castle doctrine, and I know there are different interpretations. This guy's in big trouble. I appreciate his lawyer being an advocate for his client, but this is not going to go well for the shooter at all.
Well, no, and even if it's in the middle of the night, you have the right to go up on someone's property to at least knock on the door, unless there's a gate or something telling you to stay away. But that's how anybody knocks on your door to ask you a question or to say that they're there, or UPS or FedEx. Yeah, there is kind of the considered ability to minimally, until you're asked to leave, walk on somebody's property to knock on the door, ring the doorbell, and then if you're asked to leave, to have to leave at that point, because how else do you notify somebody that you're at the front door? So all of those laws and the running off the property and the kids being in the street and running away and being shot in the back, all of that is going to come into play. But, I mean, it really is a sad story, and kind of the times we live in now that, yeah, kids should not be doorbell ditching, but kids have done that forever. And, yeah, it would scare you at 11 o'clock at night when somebody's knocking on your door. Maybe you would be carrying a gun when you go to the door, but then you got to be disciplined enough not to use it.
Does the shooter have a record or any history of anything? I know it probably legally doesn't even matter in this case, but just out of curiosity.
No, we don't know a lot about him. He actually has not even entered a plea yet. We know he was in the military at one point, but there's no claims of PTSD that we know of. He's married with at least one small child, and police said in these court documents that we've got that when they went in, they called him out on loudspeaker. They went in, they got a warrant, and he had, I believe, 5 ARs in a closet to the left of the front door, and then his wife's handgun that they believe was used sitting on a table right next to the front door. So, I mean, it would seem that they were heavily armed by their front door, and maybe they were worried about somebody trying to get in. But beyond that, we don't know a lot about it.
Is it a bad neighborhood, or do we even know that?
I don't know. And I mean, nothing indicating it was. A lot of neighbors have been speaking and saying that they saw kids playing all the time, and this was kind of kids being kids. But what the family, Gonzalo Leon's family, may have been worried, who would try to break in. I don't know.
Sad story from over the weekend. Alex Stone brings it to us. We'll check in with you later in the week, Alex. Thanks so much.
You got it. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
It's Julie Buck here to tell you that the patio is open at Bishop's Post right next to Chesterfield Mall. Get your reservations in now and go to Bishop's Post. You will love it. Tell them Julie Buck sent you, bishopspost.com.
Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
Yeah, they're on the med, and these medications are used, these GLP-1s, for reducing inflammation in your body. I get so many folks that are like, wow, I don't have the knee pain. I don't have the...
Because once you start losing weight, all these other things naturally happen to you in a positive way. Not just talk about the deals for KTRS listeners at stlmedweightloss.com.
All KTRS listeners, they get $50 to $100 off their first month. And what's beautiful about it too, hey, I get it. the economy, what we just had. Guys, things are difficult right now, but we make the plan work for you. We have financing options. We make this work for you because we realize how important it is to get down in your weight, get your confidence back, and really start feeling like the old you.
Call STLMedWeightLoss.com and ask Dr. Joe. STLMedWeightLoss.com.
Imagine feeling trapped, helpless, and afraid. That's what partner abuse creates. Alive is here to make sure that you get the help for yourself, your children, and your pets. Hi, this is Guy Phillips inviting you to participate in Alive's annual golf tournament and auction September 8th at the beautiful Legends Golf Course. Gather a foursome, sponsor a hole, or just make a donation. And all donations get a Missouri tax credit of 70%. Get all the information at alivestl.org. Together, we'll end the cycle of abuse.
Truck drivers and owner-operators, there's never been a better time to team up at Schneider. We have more team-friendly loads than ever, including express delivery parcel freight that offers great miles with no delays to keep the wheels turning. Plus, for a limited time, company team drivers may be eligible for a sign-on bonus of up to $16,000. Owner-operator teams may qualify for a $10,000 incentive. Explore team driver positions at SchneiderJobs.com and search team contracting jobs at SchneiderOwnerOperators.com.
When you go and get your car washed, do you really care which car wash you go to? Yes, because not all car washes are created equal. Country Club Car Wash is the local family-owned and family-operated car wash since 1989. All these other ones that are popping up, they're all run by out-of-town hedge funds. Keep it local, keep it great. Touchless car washes, no brushes, inside and out. 5 area locations, Country Club Car Wash or cccwstl.com.
Located in the St. Louis area since 1905, Lupton Millard Chapel is recognized for providing St. Louis families with the very finest in funeral services. You can be assured that the caring and professional staff at Lupton Millard will see to your family's every need with the highest level of compassion and dignity. Lupton Millard Chapel is locally owned and operated, investing their lives and resources into the care of the local St. Louis community. At your time of need, please consider Lupton Millard Chapel. For more information, go to luptonchapel.com.
Scott, can you believe it's already been more than a decade since the Queen of Carpet sold flooring to St. Louis area contractors?
I know, but I don't have to be a king to offer contractors today's lowest prices.
Yes, contractors owe it to their customers and themselves to shop at Best Buy Flooring for the largest in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile.
Plus 3 convenient locations, North County, South County, and Metro East.
Open 7 days a week.
Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy. Best Buy Flooring.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Growth by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Heidi's out, heading to a funeral right now, and so Bob is going to take the reins on the Hollywood. What's up, Bob?
Well, we're tight on time. Let's just do one story here because it's got a St. Louis connection. St. Louisan writer-director James Gunn revealed on Wednesday that his movie Superman obviously did very well this summer. Did you ever see it?
I still haven't seen it. I'm waiting for it to start. I could pay for it. Like, I could buy it.
Okay.
For like 20-something bucks.
I'll wait till it goes down.
Yeah.
You'll enjoy it, but wait till it goes down. Anyway, he's announced that the movie's follow-up is called Man of Tomorrow, and it'll be released on July 9th, 2027.
Okay.
2027. So Gunn's in charge of the new DC Cinematic Universe, and he's being kind of, I don't know, he's not really saying exactly what's going on. He's contending that this new film, Man of Tomorrow, is not a Superman 2, but that Superman has a major role. What does that mean?
It's kind of like how the Avengers, it wasn't an Iron Man movie, but he was in almost every other scene.
Anyway, so it'll be out, and it's going to follow, though, the Supergirl movie that'll be coming out.
Oh, they're making a Did they announce who's playing Supergirl?
Yes. Her name is Millie Alcock.
Millie Alcock. I don't know what that is.
She'll play Kara Zor-El. that is Superman's cousin from Krypton.
I always love,
and I would just tell you,
I always love when they, oh, well, it's his cousin.
Yeah, it's his cousin. And then, and so when you do watch the Superman movie, and for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, and I'm relating all this without really telling you and giving anything away, watch to the very end.
Oh, okay.
To the very end.
Is she in it?
Watch to the end of the film.
All right.
That's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to be that guy.
These credit scenes. Millie Alcock played in House of the Dragon. She was the main character as a little girl. So that's where I recognize her from. So
that's a quick entertainment update. How about a couple of birthdays? You're all on your own. Big challenge here. You ready? Give you a couple of them. I can't believe that she's the age she is. Took home gold in Athens and silver in Beijing. Olympic softball pitcher Jenny Finch.
Wow.
Heidi
would probably nail this.
Probably sent her a card.
What year? Beijing was 2000. She was in Athens too? Oh, she's got to be 40. 40 even.
45.
Wow.
Can you believe it? And one more. Former UCLA quarterback. And oh, yeah, he's the star of NCIS. He was in Summer School and Freaky Friday. The great Mark Harmon.
Mark Harmon is 70? 70?
Final answer?
Final answer.
74.
Wow. Hey, we were talking about quarterback numbers being odd and high.
Yeah.
Sam Horn before his injury. Probably still, if he takes the field again, 21.
You know,
which is weird.
You know Mark Harmon's number at UCLA?
What was his number?
7.
7. A quarterback at Michigan was wearing 98 for a game, and they said it was to honor Mark Harmon's dad.
Yeah,
who I guess was a lineman.
Who was Heisman Trophy guy.
Heisman Trophy guy?
Yeah.
What position?
Well, now you're
still that's a high number for a yeah. That sounds like a lineman's number. All right, that is
real quick. Mark Harmon also was the brother-in-law of Ricky Nelson, the singer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. How about that?
The more you know.
There.
Go to commercial break, come back, do traffic, and wrap the show up with some randoms.
All right, so you're looking for a new front door, maybe to change the style up a little bit. Maybe you've got some windows that are leaking and aren't very energy efficient, and you'd like to get some new ones. And so you start looking for a window company. Let me tell you about my friend and my good neighbor, Larry Thornton. He's been selling windows and doors in St. Louis for 37 years. He has access to all the quality windows and all the quality doors. And unlike so many other window companies, it's not a marketing game. Buy one, get the next 7 free. At the window store, you buy one window, you get one window. But when you compare apples to apples, right, you'll notice that the window store has much better pricing. There is no hard sell. They're not going to stand in the middle of your living room demanding you sign on the dotted line. For 37 years, they've beat everybody on quality, on price, on customer service. If you need windows or doors, that's why you need to call my neighbor, Larry, or his son, Joe, 314-739-0002, or wswindow.net.
Hi, I'm Mike Robinson with Robank Properties, and I want your fixer-upper home. It's crazy to spend a ton of money fixing it up when I will pay you top dollar right now. I don't even care what condition it's in. Your trash is my treasure. No inspections, no contingencies, just cold, hard cash. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867. That's Mike Robinson, 314-283-0867, or at robangproperties.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Let's get one last look at traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky. Somebody on the text line asking about 170.
I'm Mark Cantor. Here's why you can count on Cantor Injury Law.
My name is Michelle. I'm a litigation paralegal at Cantor Injury Law, and you can count on Cantor because we are smart, honest, and hardworking.
I'm Kevin Glenn, and a partner here at Cantor Injury Law. You can count on Cantor because we make your cause our cause.
No fee if no recovery. Please visit CantorInjuryLaw.com or call us at 314-628-9999.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Many hometown HVAC companies are looking for your business, but some have lost focus. They now do plumbing, electrical, and other specialties. Missouri Furnace and Air Conditioning is locally owned as well, and we know what we do best: repair and replace furnaces and air conditioners. We've served the St. Louis area since 1962. Let us check out your system before bad weather gets here. We service all brands with 24/7 emergency service. Your Rude Pro partner, Missouri Furnace and Air. MissouriFurnace.com, 314-877-COOL.
Whether you're on your way to see the Tigers or coming back home from the game, be sure to plan a side trip to Overstock Outlet, the best random store around where new inventory from the major big box stores arrives daily. You never know what great deals you'll find, and it's right on your way. 2 locations, in Lake St. Louis at Highway N and Lake St. Louis Boulevard, and in Warrenton at Highway 47 and Highway M. Open every day from 10 until 5. Find them on Facebook at Overstock Outlet Lake St. Louis, or check out their weekly online auctions at OverstockOutletAuctions.com. Let's go Tigers!
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset? Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a Banner Day.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Wrapping up the show today, but we got a random for you, Bob. Doc Martens were invented by a German doctor named Klaus Martens.
Klaus Martin.
After he hurt his ankle skiing in 1945 and needed a more comfortable shoe to wear. Enter the Doc Marten.
Well done, sir.
Have a great day, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. And until then, see if you can put a smile on somebody's face.
Whatever gets you through the night.
Are you tired of looking at those old, worn-out floors? Have you been dreaming of new hardwood floors? Well, then you should start dreaming about Boardwalk Hardwood. It's their annual warehouse sale going on right now through the end of September at all 4 locations. At Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, half off new floors. You can get half off inventory and factory specials and up to 25% off special order items. Their showrooms, 4 of them at Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, are filled with beautiful styles, great budgets, from timeless classics to modern designs and everything in between. Your home will look beautiful with gorgeous hardwood floors. Rich, stunning hardwood floors, courtesy of BoardwalkHardwood.com. For 25 years, Boardwalk has been your trusted, local, family-owned, quality flooring provider. And if you need hardwood floors, it's their annual warehouse sale now through the end of September at all 4 locations. Boardwalk Hardwood or BoardwalkHardwood.com.
The ultimate vacation awaits you as Brentwood Travel brings you the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th from 2 to 7 p.m. at the Lodge du Pere. Take in breathtaking scenery, relax and unwind on an ultimate river cruise, whether it be domestic or abroad. Enjoy expert presentations from cruise line representatives from AMA Waterways, Talk, Avalon Waterways, Uniworld Boutique River Cruises, and Viking, with one-on-one consultations, exclusive deals and prizes for attendees, flexible schedule so you attend only presentations that interest you, and complimentary refreshments. Discover your perfect river cruise adventure with Brentwood Travel and the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th at the Lodge du Pere, 1050 du Pere Road. For presentation schedule to RSVP and more information, call 314-439-5700. That's 314-439-5700, or log on to brentwoodtravel.com. The ultimate vacation awaits you. RSVP today.
Flashback to
1985, when the hair was big, the colors were bright, and the Cards were the National League champs. Don't miss 80s night at Busch Stadium on Friday, September 5th. With a special themed ticket, fans will take home a throwback 1985 National League champs crew neck sweatshirt. Plus, jam out to your favorite 80s hits at a pregame concert by Decade of Decadence. Get your tickets now at cardinals.com/theme.
This is Willie McGee, St. Louis Cardinals for the loop.
Hola amigos, this is Polo Asensio, Spanish broadcaster for your Cardenales, inviting you to Fiesta Cardenales presented by State Farm on September 7th. With a theme ticket, fans will take home a lightweight Cardenales hooded pullover. Don't miss a special heritage celebration in Budweiser Terrace before the game. A portion of each ticket sold will benefit the Hispanic Education, Cultural, and Scholarship Foundation. For tickets or details, visit cardinals.com/fiesta.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Florida could soon become the first state to eliminate mandates for vaccines. State Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo.
The Florida Department of Health, in partnership with the governor, is going to be working to end all vaccine mandates in Florida law. All of them. All of them.
Including measles, mumps, polio, and chickenpox. Ladapo calls current restrictions in schools and elsewhere immoral and intrusions on people's rights that hamper parents' ability to make health decisions for their children. Victims of Jeffrey Epstein making a passionate plea on Capitol Hill to have all files related to the accused sex trafficker released. ABC's Lindsay Davis spoke to Marina Lacerda, survivor of Epstein's abuse, 14 years old when she was lured into his world.
What would you like Congress to do? I would like for them to give all the victims transparency to what happened and release these files. It's also not only for the victims, but for the American people.
But President Trump today maintaining
this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more. And nobody's ever satisfied.
A federal judge in Boston reversing a government freeze on more than $2 billion in research funding for Harvard University. The administration is expected to appeal. A victory for the prosecution in the Gilgo Beach trial. The judge in the case allowing key DNA evidence to be presented at trial. Evidence that they say links 6 of the 7 victims to the suspect Rex Heuermann and his family. Defense attorney Michael Brown with his client's reaction.
He was disappointed. He sat through the hearing.
The decision marks the first time that these particular DNA techniques have been allowed in New York State. You're listening to ABC News.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. Traffic fatalities in Missouri over the Labor Day holiday weekend are down this year. The Missouri Highway Patrol reports 5 people were killed over the long holiday weekend. That's compared to 17 last year. A suspect is in custody after 2 people were stabbed at a Chesterfield hotel this morning. Chesterfield police say officers were called to the Homewood Suites on Chesterfield Parkway West for a report of the stabbing. Both victims were taken to the hospital for treatment. Their injuries were not life-threatening. A third person was taken into custody. Multiple calls about the smell of natural gas in Florissant this morning prompted a quick response from the Florissant Valley Fire Protection District and Spire. Fire officials say all reported incidents were investigated and only one small leak was found and quickly addressed by Spire. The reports come just 9 days after a massive explosion in North County destroyed several homes, injured 5 people, and rattled surrounding neighborhoods. The Missouri legislature is in special session to update U.S. congressional districts. Governor Mike Kehoe supports the Missouri First map, which splits fewer counties and retains every current member in their current districts. Critics argue it drastically changes District 5 near Kansas City. A new Illinois law will provide care for retired police dogs. State Senator Erica Harris sponsored a bill creating the Care for Retired Police Dogs Grant Program, which provides up to $1,500 each year to reimburse adoptive families for veterinary expenses. This KTR's Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. The Illinois Department of Labor is opposing the federal rollback of minimum wage protections. Illinois is joining Pennsylvania and states across the country in firmly opposing the U.S. Department of Labor, citing home health care workers are their latest target. Let's take a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 a.m. Wall Street at the close, Dow Jones down 25 points, S&P 500 up 32, and NASDAQ up 218 points. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Attention. Attention. Please make your way to the nearest radio.
It's time for the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550 KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Good evening and welcome to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. It is the Wednesday slop with Charles Tuna Edwards and Andy Strickland. We're here till 7. Men, good to be with you. How are you?
Good. I missed you guys last week. I had a good weekend, but I'm so proud and happy.
Andy, how would you characterize that pullover he's wearing?
Sky blue. Sky blue. Sexy. I mean, I think my daughter has the same shade. She may have wore the same shade this morning, but it looks good on you. It looks good on you. I like that
my
color.
Favorite color.
Teenage girls and Charlie wearing that.
I'm not going to chirp you for that color, though.
This is a good color. And then my doctor sent me some New Balance doctor shoes last week. She said, wear them. They'll make you healthy.
Boy, the New Balance is amazing. Now, I'm not talking about the square-toed one that, guys like you walk in the mall early with. New Balance makes an unbelievable shoe. They really do.
I used to wear a certain brand of a certain New Balance shoe back when I was like in college, just like the kind of the gray one, just like a running shoe.
Not with the square one?
No, it wasn't a square one, but it was just kind of like not a whole lot of graphics on it, and they were so comfortable, man, and they were great to run, and they always are. And I see a lot of NHL players wearing New Balance. They sponsor a lot of teams and a lot of individual players, and they'll wear some New Balance and stuff like that. But I just haven't gotten into the New Balance in several years.
Coco Golf, Cooper Flag.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they're kind of getting to the younger people. We had a guy in yesterday who owns Compliance Solutions, Mark Lammert, who's very successful. He has run 50 marathons, and he's like 60 years old. I said, why don't you have like knee and ankle issues? He goes, I only wear New Balance.
It's a very Caucasian shoe.
It is. Old white guys in the mall. 6 o'clock.
So for Cooper Flag to sign a deal with New Balance is so on point. He can't get Jordan, can't get Nike, but New Balance.
Back in the 80s when I started with Kangaroo shoes, Kangaroo, Adidas, Nike, all those shoes were made overseas.
Are you old enough to remember Kangaroo?
Sure, I used to have Kangaroos when I was in grade school.
And you had the pouch?
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
and
okay.
New Balance was really the only shoe back then made in America. Part of it was made in America.
Speaking of shoes, we lost the great George Raveling. He passed away yesterday. The guy who hooked Michael Jordan up with Nike, he hooked him up with Sonny Vaccaro, and that became the greatest shoe deal in history.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's a deal my company messed up on. I was offered the deal before anybody.
What do you mean, your company?
His agent called me, David, called Kangaroo to do the shoe.
I just can't picture Michael Jordan with the Kangaroo.
No. David Falk called me about Michael Jordan, and the year after that about Patrick Ewing, and my company turned it down. So now we're going to stay with Walter Payton.
Do you think if Michael Jordan signed with Adidas,
Adidas would be Adidas?
That Adidas would be as popular as the Jordan shoe is on the Nike side?
Well,
I don't know if Adidas had the marketing, geniuses in their company, but I mean that is incredible because let's face it. Before that, the equivalent of Jordan, Magic and Bird got Converse, and all they got was some money up front. And Jordan said, "I get a penny or get something off every shoe we sell."
You know who owns Converse now? Nike.
Yeah, Nike owns. Do they own Adidas too?
No, they don't own Adidas.
Okay. Yeah, and Reebok is owned by
Penn State.
Reebok's attached to somebody too.
Penn State has been with Nike for 30-some years. I think they're switching to Adidas. Entire football team.
Notre Dame's always been an Adidas.
Yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the first basketball player.
But it's funny you said Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. I mean, the two biggest, most iconic athletes of their time were all Converse guys, man. I mean, that was amazing. And so I think that was
Converse was basketball.
And Jordan met with Converse, right? Wasn't he kind of close to?
And then it was Mrs. Jordan who said, "I'm going to make money off every one of the shoes sold."
The mother made him sign.
Interesting you said that. Barkley just did a podcast with Bill Simmons. In fact, it came out yesterday, and he said that Bird and Magic are the most important players in basketball history, and then Jordan is the best basketball player.
Mm-hmm. I agree with him.
Yeah,
100%.
And then he had a great line. He said that the difference between Kobe, Jordan, and LeBron is that Kobe and Jordan wanted to rip your heart out, and LeBron, as great as he is, was a little bit nicer.
He wasn't a killer.
Yeah.
Even Bird was a killer.
But you know what? I don't hold that against LeBron because Michael Jordan is he's in a class by himself when it comes to that category of truly having that want to
Kobe
rip your
was pretty
heart
close.
Kobe was close, but Kobe wasn't Michael Jordan. He was close.
He was the closest thing.
Fine, but he wasn't Jordan. And so to hold that against LeBron or anybody else may be a little bit unfair because it's very few, if any, in the history of the game that really show what Michael Jordan had.
I'll take Michael Jordan and Larry Bird over any two players
But,
in the history of the
but
NBA.
But you know what's you can't even argue is the best basketball resume in history. High school, college, and pro. It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
88 in a row in high school, 3 national championships at UCLA.
Power Memorial, New York.
And the all-time leading scorer
But
was
that's
retired.
not to say that I think LeBron is in the same category as Jordan and every other. Listen, LeBron's had a sensational career. He's an iconic player for his generation.
You said
but
that
he's
2
not
years
Jordan.
ago you didn't like LeBron.
I don't.
Because he was outspoken.
But I still respect his game.
Okay, respect it then.
But him
jumping up to Frank.
But LeBron as a LeBron he's not the sharpest tool in the box, in my opinion. I think he's stepped on his feet way too many times.
Japan.
Social media, some of the stuff that he's done, holding books, and then they ask him what his favorite chapter is and what do you like the most. He hadn't even read it. He talks about his favorite albums. They say, name your favorite song. He can't even name a song. So I think he tries to virtue signal, tries to present an idea that he's this person, but in reality, he's not.
You know what he is? He tries to be an outspoken black man.
Correct.
And that's what steps on people's toes. That's why a lot of people don't like it.
And I think you hit the nail on the head, man. He tries to be a Malcolm X, tries to be one of these.
Yeah,
Listen,
and then there was that whole bogus
he's
thing
not.
about racist stuff, putting outside his house, and there was
Correct.
never any legitimate proof that it happened.
You know, the comments that he's made on social media about the police and some of that type of it's just been, listen, he's lost a lot of fans because of that. So I
he
think,
lost a lot of white fans.
Sure. But I don't think
they're fans, aren't they? We're considered fans
The Republicans too.
Okay, yeah. All right. Speaking of basketball, this weekend the Basketball Hall of Fame is going to induct Dwight Howard, and a lot of people think Dwight Howard's in the Hall of Fame. But then when you look at the resume and you see 8 All-Star games and you see 5 rebounding titles and 3 consecutive Defensive Player of the Year awards, look, he wasn't at his best at the most important times, but you look at the resume, he probably belongs.
so how do you define Hall of Famer, right?
Well, they do high school, college, and pro, not just NBA.
No, I get
coaches.
it. And it's the same thing as the Hockey Hall of Fame. Hockey Hall of Fame is not the NHL Hall of Fame. It's the Hockey Hall of Fame. So basketball's similar. But, again, when you win individual awards, league awards, and you do it 3 times, and you're an 8-time All-Star. And listen, say what you want about Dwight Howard. Like, there was a stretch during his career where he was considered the best big man in the league.
Superman.
So, how could you? He's a Hall of Famer.
I don't respect the Hall of Fame in basketball because it's too segmented and it's all over the damn place. Yao Ming and Ben Wallace are in the Hall of Fame. That tells you how bad.
Well,
how
for a
bogus
stretch,
it is.
Yao Ming was
Wallace
really good.
Ben Wallace is in the Hall of Fame. Yes.
I don't know. He doesn't scream Hall of Famer.
You know who else is going in is Billy Donovan, and it's not because of his NBA coach career, but he won back-to-back.
Yeah,
national
Florida.
titles. Yeah. So.
I don't have a problem.
You got a
with
great compliment on my show yesterday. Corby Jones.
Oh, Corby. What's he up to?
He's has his own firm up in Kansas City.
Is he an agent?
Legal firm.
Is he a lawyer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he said Brock Olivo compared the new quarterback Bo to him. He said he plays just like Corby Jones.
Oh, I could see that. So what did you guys think? I know it's only Central Arkansas, but when you account for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns and look as athletic as he did, Bo Perbula, do you have a thought?
I don't have a thought until I see them play against real competition. When I see Notre Dame go on the road and play Miami, when I see some of these other big-time schools play against top-notch competition, when you see Ohio State play Texas, that's real college football. If you want to feel like you can create an opinion based off of Mizzou playing against whoever they play to basically, come on now, let's wait. Hey, listen, it's good. You want to see them blow them out, which they did. It's all good, but I'm going to pump the brakes on that until I see him play somebody
You know who
else.
you can't pump the brakes on is Lenora Sellers from South Carolina. And don't
play them in 2 weeks.
Forget about Cam Newton at the end of his career when he couldn't complete a pass. Remember, Cam Newton was the MVP in the Heisman Trophy. And this guy at 235 pounds has some Cam Newton characteristics.
6'4".
The South Carolina quarterback.
Cam Newton was an incredible NFL quarterback too. I mean, he won an MVP.
Don't judge
in
him at the
NBA.
end when he couldn't
killed
throw.
his career by running too much. He got hurt too much.
I've never seen.
physically so imposing.
A quarterback just dominate without anything really around him. I mean, he had some running backs. Jonathan Stewart was there. He had Jonathan Stewart. He had Steve Smith as a wide receiver. He had some weapons. Greg Olson was a tight end. I shouldn't say he didn't have anything, but this guy could just absolutely dominate and take over a football game.
So
what do you think of Arch Manning, though?
It's interesting. It's almost good for Arch Manning that Bill Belichick got rocked on Monday night because people were talking more about Belichick's failures than Arch. But I think with Arch, again, it's one game.
Okay.
I mean, playing the number one team in the country in their backyard.
But here's what happens, though. Arch Manning is put on this pedestal because of one thing, because of his last name, right? So if his last name was Jones or Simmons or whatever, we wouldn't have that same level of expectation, but that's what comes with it. That's why they're already saying he's a Heisman Trophy candidate and he's going to be the first overall pick and all this type of stuff because he is a Manning. But at the end of the day, this was an opportunity for us to see how he looks against elite competition. Wasn't great, but again, it's the first game of the season. I don't hold it against these big-time programs who lose against other big-time programs in week one. I want to see how they respond.
Did you cover him when he went to North St. Louis?
Yeah, and I went to the Ronnie Wingo camp. I didn't go to when he was partying,
He was actually partying
in the hood,
with these young kids in
but
the hood.
he was great with the kids on that Saturday morning at SLU.
Well,
I didn't get invited to the nightclubs that night. I'm sorry, Charlie.
Oh, come on. What the heck?
But
you know why he didn't go in.
You know why he didn't go in the hood. We know why.
I think I spend more time in the city than you. In fact, anybody that goes to the city today spends more time in the city than you because you're too afraid to go down there.
I go down there every Tuesday to tape a show.
Where?
Magic 104.
Okay. So you go down there once a week?
Yeah, Foundry. I go down there once a week. That's it.
What about the Belichick Monday night? I don't think I've ever seen something so hyped that went so wrong so quickly. That was crazy. 41 unanswered points by TCU. And you got a feeling, too.
TCU's a good
team. I know.
team.
Well, the Arch, you can say it's one game. But with North Carolina, I'm not sure.
Does North Carolina have the talent?
Well, they got 70 new players. Who knows? Mike Lombardi.
TCU is very good.
Yeah, they are.
You can't just.
Well, they're not even top 25.
You know what's interesting?
Yeah, 2 years ago, they were in the finals.
Who would you rather have coaching your program right now, Bill Belichick or Deion Sanders?
Deion Sanders.
Who's the better coach in college? Who's the better college coach? It's going to be interesting.
Who's going to be at Alabama if they fold?
Oh my God!
Boy, and the thing that's scary when you get the tar when you get the tar knocked out of you at the line of scrimmage.
It's how they lost.
Oh my goodness!
And everyone, they're showing film of individuals not hustling to the ball and not playing hard and getting called out for their lack of hustle. And it's a bad sign. And that's something Bill Belichick and that's something the previous coach obviously would never, Nick Saban, he wouldn't put up with.
If you look at their schedule, in addition to playing the Georgias and the Tennessee, they have to go at South Carolina. They got to go at Mizzou. I mean, there's a real chance they could go 8-4.
No, their quarterback played against Mizzou last year. He got benched, correct?
Well,
Florida State's quarterback.
Oh, yeah. Castellanos.
Right.
No. Castellanos was at Boston College and was great against Mizzou.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
But they'll get that figured. I mean, they still have
that schedule.
5 stars everywhere. But, again, the schedule. That's why we're talking
schedule.
Real football, man. Like, this is real football. They lost a game. They played a legit opponent in game one. They're Alabama, and we're going to complain about, like, well, they may go 8-4. Listen, they're not going to win a national championship every year, but you know what? I would put the talent on the field and feel like, okay, they're going to be able to correct it and get it together. They're not a bunch of 2 and 3 stars that just can't play. These are 5 stars who underachieved in week one.
Mizzou's going to have 2 tests coming up this weekend, Kansas. But when they play South Carolina in 2 weeks, that's going to be a
Why
game.
is Kansas a test? I mean, obviously,
they got a good quarterback in this Jalen Daniels.
Second year. He's not related to the Daniels with the Commanders.
No, that's Jalen. This is Jalen.
The Redskins.
Yeah. And then on the 11th of October, Alabama comes to town. If Mizzou can beat Alabama, this would be the first time.
This is the year
but
you do it.
Schedule, their schedule just doesn't scare me. Now, next season, going to 9 games, Mizzou won't have this Cape Cod schedule.
Now, so the SEC schools are asked to kind of put in who they want their 3 rivals to be. It's not like they got that's the final say. I'm sure they put Arkansas is 1, Oklahoma is 2, and they're going to put in Vandy, but there's no way they can give Mizzou those 3 teams.
That's the
that's what I'm talking
give
about.
me Vanderbilt, Arkansas.
Come on, man, play
Oklahoma's
somebody. You know what got me with the coach? 2 weeks ago, he said,
You know what Alabama
man,
would say?
I don't know who I can name as starting quarterback. I feel bad. Come on, man. You're the damn coach. Name a starter and get on with it.
You know what Alabama would say? Give me Georgia.
Right.
Give me Auburn.
Auburn.
And give me Florida.
LSU.
You know?
I
LSU.
don't think even the fans would say if they had to pick, they wouldn't pick those three. Now, you'd like to have a couple of schools you could beat, but you got to play one of the
Why
big
wouldn't
SEC
you say
powers.
Texas? Why wouldn't you say some of these teams in the
Yeah.
Big 12? You know,
But I don't know if they
that
would
you
allow
have
that
some
because the
history
SEC
against.
would think, oh, Mizzou, Texas, that doesn't seem so sexy. But they can't give them those.
Mizzou, Vanderbilt. Why would you even want that?
Why would you even mention the
Arkansas
name?
doesn't do it for me either. You know,
I know they're trying to make that. That's why this game against Kansas has a lot of passion, even though it's the Big 12.
When's the last time they played?
2011 on the field.
I always just looked at Mizzou and Kansas as a basketball rivalry, and nothing really much more other than that. I never saw it as a big rivalry in
Well,
football.
with that said, in 2007, it was one of the greatest Mizzou events ever.
That was 1 year in the history of the
That was when they went to the Orange Bowl.
But I agree.
correct?
Yeah, I had Vahe on yesterday. Vahe says that game in Arrowhead is arguably the best sporting event he's ever covered.
It was amazing.
The Mizzou-Kansas game, whenever Mizzou became number one in the country afterwards,
But Mizzou,
Chase had the great...
But Kansas sold more tickets in order to get number one. Is that true?
Oh, yeah, they got the Orange Bowl.
And Kansas had that really good defensive back, I'm forgetting his name, who went on to play, won a Super Bowl with the Broncos and played forever.
And you remember Todd Riesling, their quarterback, with mud in his helmet after the big sack? That was a huge moment.
They had the coach then, big guy.
Mark Mangini.
Whatever happened to Mizzou even playing like Illinois?
Well, they are. They're scheduled next year. They signed like a 5-year deal. I think it begins next year. And then they backed off of that, and now it's down to like 3 or 4 years.
I mean, usually they play like Southeast Missouri or something like that early on. Who's next now?
Kansas.
Kansas, yeah, coming up Saturday is Kansas.
And then they got another dog before South Carolina. UMass is after South Carolina.
Okay. South Carolina will be in their first 6 games are at home. Yeah. And South Carolina is not to be played with, not at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, they got a good coach too, Frank Beamer's son.
He's done a great
job. They gave the game ball to Frank Beamer, the quarterback.
Oh, did they?
Because they played at Virginia Tech, and that's where his father was a legend.
Virginia Tech's team wasn't bad.
Well, those teams are always competitive.
Oh, did you hear Debo giving grades to his team at LSU? He said, because I don't think either team was great. I'd give would give us a 58 and them a 65. And then the LSU coach, he went off. He goes, well, he's
Brian
a terrible
Kelly?
grade. Yeah, Brian Kelly went off. He goes, he doesn't know how to grade.
You know who else went off? Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State.
He always does.
He says,
What'd he say?
He said, who did they play? He said, they've got Oregon. They played Oregon. He said, they got a payroll of $70 million. We got a payroll of $6 million. And this guy complains all the time.
You know, there's something to be said for that. I like that type of trash talk.
That is crazy when you think about it.
Yeah.
You know,
How come
that's like a Cardinal. That's like a Dodger comparing it to the A's.
Yeah, and
we've gotten to that in college
and that's
football.
what's happened with college football, and that's why Clemson isn't the same as they used to be, and that's why Alabama's not what they used to be.
Well, Clemson's going to be good.
2 years ago, they didn't have one transfer.
Clemson has. What have they been the last couple of years?
Yeah,
though,
but if you look at the NFL mock draft, they have like 4 guys that could go in the first round.
Their quarterback can go in the first round.
But you're right, Andy. They did not adapt to the portal.
No,
he just didn't do that. But this was the first off season that he got some players in the portal.
How come Mizzou can't? We can talk about them like a power, man. They're just like the little children or something. I love Mizzou.
I just want to see
fans
them.
should be happy
They've won
to win
21
8 to
games
10
last
games.
2 years. They're fine.
Yeah, but that's fun. That's not. But it's the same.
I mean, they're
old
not
thing.
Alabama and Georgia, but
They ain't nowhere near 'em.
I love the direction of the program in general.
I like the direction of the program where the fans can be happy. We're going to win between 8 and 10 games. At least we go down to Como and happy, but we don't play
I just think
anybody.
there's something to be said for teams that come out guns a-blazing and play against legit competition. They don't have to play against Texas, Ohio State, Alabama. I mean, they don't have to do that, but just get a legit to get
Play
your
Virginia
juices
Tech,
going, man.
a school like that.
All right, let's break. Andy Strickland, Charles Tune Edwards.
Iowa State.
This is our last show.
The
You know
Wednesday
that.
slot for you, definitely.
We love Mizzou.
We'll be right back.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proud to sponsor the return of the border war between Mizzou and KU this Saturday.
To the house in Missouri.
The rivalry returns after 19 years. Don't miss all the action live here on the Big 550.
Pre-game at 12:30, kickoff at 2:30.
And KTRS has full coverage all week on the Big Sports Show with KTRS Sports Director Brendan Lisi and the Press Box with Frank Cusimano.
Missouri delivers a counterpunch on the fake point.
This is why the Big 550 is live, local, and the home for everything Mizzou. Proudly powered by Royal Banks of Missouri. Let's go Mizzou.
Hi, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. Summer temps sure put our air conditioners to the test. A few years ago, before I knew about Premier Heating and Cooling, our air conditioner was on its last legs. We decided to push the envelope and try to limp through another St. Louis summer before replacing it. We went away on vacation and came back to discover our air conditioning unit had gone on the fritz while we were gone, and we ended up with all kinds of trouble, including warped wood floors. That delay in replacing our worn-out unit was an expensive mistake. If you're limping through and you know it's time for a replacement unit, our friends at Premier Heating and Cooling can take care of you and even work with you on financing. Or if you haven't taken the time to really get your air conditioner checked out and make sure it's operating at peak efficiency, which will really help on your bills and help with the life of your air conditioning unit, Premier Heating and Cooling is the place to go. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net. 636-916-1122.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset. Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardy contractor and Pella window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a banner day.
Hey, Heidi Glaus here, and this Friday we're taking our show on the road to one of my favorite little getaways, Defiance, Missouri, and Beyond the Trail RV Park. Join us at Good News Brewing, a brewery that serves fantastic wood-fired pizza. That's this Friday from 3 to 6 in Defiance.
Truck drivers and owner-operators, there's never been a better time to team up at Schneider. We have more team-friendly loads than ever, including express delivery parcel freight that offers great miles with no delays to keep the wheels turning. Plus, for a limited time, company team drivers may be eligible for a sign-on bonus of up to $16,000. Owner-operator teams may qualify for a $10,000 incentive. Explore team driver positions at SchneiderJobs.com and search team contracting jobs at SchneiderOwneroperators.com.
Are you ready for some football?
Mizzou football on the Big 550 KTRS is powered by Graybar.
High snap, good place, kick is up, and it is good.
This Saturday, Mizzou welcomes the Kansas Jayhawks to Furrow Field for the first time since 2006 at 2:30 p.m. Pre-game begins at 12:30 p.m. Catch all the action right here on the Big 550
KTRS.
Presented by Graybar.
For all your electrical and datacom solutions.
Congratulations to John Beal Roofing. Want to give them a shout out. They've been a sponsor of the show through thick and through thin for coming up on 20 years. And their message has remained the same all these 20 years. Make sure you call someone local. With all the storms that have been in the area over the last couple of months, it's been busy, and a lot of out-of-towners are coming in. They sure are nice, but you know what? They'll take half your money, and you never see them again. Somebody from the insurance industry told me, make sure you call local. I told him I was well-schooled. John Beal Roofing will guarantee you the best price. They'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the claim you deserve to fix it and fix it right. Roofing, siding, gutters, all storm damage, John Beal Roofing will take care of it. Keep it local and keep it John Beal. Keep it in the family for 20-plus years. John Beal Roofing, 1-800-NEW-ROOF or johnbealroofing.com.
At Midland, we know sometimes all it takes is a moment for an idea to spark or to make it happen. A moment to find your dream, or build one. A moment to start your forever, or at least start planning for it. Whatever moments you have, Midland is here for them, and can help you make them. Midland, brighter together. Visit us at midlandsb.com. Midland States Bank is member FDIC.
This is the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550 KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Welcome back to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS.
Can I give one positive Mizzou take real quick? Because I want to say this real quick.
Me too. I want a positive.
Because I think Luther Burden is going to have a breakout season as a rookie for the Chicago Bears. I feel like he's primed to be a legitimate piece to that offense. Watching him in the preseason, I like him more now than I did when he was at Mizzou.
You sound like a guy who may have picked Luther in the 11th round of your fantasy
draft. I tried to. He was taken like 2 picks before I was going to take him.
I got him. Connor, did you pick him late?
I got him late. He's on the bench.
Everybody I know picked Luther
Coach
late.
Johnson set him down. He got in trouble with Coach Johnson early.
Yeah.
And then now Johnson's raving about him now, though.
Yeah,
raving
he should
about
be.
him.
He's in a great situation. That's if
Perfect
Caleb
situation
Williams
for him.
can play. We'll find out.
You don't think he can?
I don't.
Well, who
I
knows?
would have never got rid of Fields. No way.
You think Caleb? Who's going to have the better career, Fields or Williams?
It's a great question.
Fields. I would have never got rid of Fields.
Really?
He was almost there, and then you start all over again.
All right. I want to get a baseball thought from you guys. Big article today about Jordan Walker, who's become one of the more polarizing figures in St. Louis sports, even though he's a really nice fella. In the 18 games out of the break, okay, now his first 18 games was really good, but since then, he's hit 145 with a 407 OPS. He has struck out 24 times in the past 62 at-bats. 6'6", 250 pounds, regarded as the number one prospect in the organization, and this thing is not working. The only thing he's got going for him, he's age 23. But when you hear Ali Marmol say in the paper and tell us yesterday in a scrum that I need to see Jordan have a sense of urgency for the things that need to take place in order to get him consistent results, you start to wonder, is this going to be a bust?
But how about what the hitting coach said?
Yeah.
I mean, when he's talking about his lack of preparation and, not coming in and not studying the opposing bullpen as well as the starting pitcher, like that's for them to call him out publicly with that, I think tells you a lot
Something's
of what
wrong.
you need to know.
Because I had Ozzy on last week. He said almost comparable, the same thing.
Yeah, in fact, this was what he said on KMOX yesterday, Brant Brown, the hitting coach. On his daily structure level, at some point, he's going to have to devote more focus on preparation. We've had long conversations on this. When Jordan Walker's ready to be good, we all know his potential. I don't think he knows the ceiling. But that is crazy. At 23, you're already questioning the guy's
he's going
work
to be good,
ethic.
Frank, when he leaves this team and goes to another organization.
So you're blaming the organization, Charlie?
No, I'm not blaming the organization at all.
Let's blame everybody
I'm not
but the
blaming
actual individual.
organization.
Sounds like you did.
I'm blaming
Sounds like
him
you are,
mentally.
Charlie. I don't know.
When he leaves this organization and goes to another organization, that's when he will transfer.
You think that'll be a wake-up call for him?
That'll be a wake-up call
He goes
for
to
him.
a second
Some
organization,
players are like
and
that,
now all of a
Frank.
sudden you only get so many chances, and he's like, okay, I got to get my you-know-what
Yeah, I'm the
together
man.
if I'm going to
Yeah.
make it.
See, what I can't understand is the guy is like from this great family. He is the nicest guy ever. It feels like he really wants to be
but you know what
great.
this
But when
tells
these
me?
people say that, that's scary.
You know what this tells me? Again, it goes back to the years and years and years that we've been around this organization and the culture that was set. They don't have the